Our kids are gone till Friday.
Anytime after 2 o'clock, or I guess after 3 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine. Or early in the morning. I mean, I could
Okay.
even hang out till. I
Well,
gotta
because
be.
you
I can hang out
Wednesday you
till
have
9.
Mark. Wednesday you have the show. Thursday, Friday you have the show.
Okay.
So it has to be after or real early before. So this is the only thing, Bob. It's not looking like this internet's working on this. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Just want to be sure you can see the calls coming in.
Are we up yet?
We should be.
Walk straight up.
Okay, come over here. You can have a seat.
All right.
Got y'all sit over here.
Tell Doc you just put Bob over there.
We'll see.
I don't want to take the heat from old Doc.
You will.
Thanks. Just tell him because Tom wanted to see him on camera. There we go. I just don't want him to feel bad. That's all. Let's see. Did you? You haven't turned 50 yet, have you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought you're 53.
I'll be 56 this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fortunately, didn't remember anything, Mark.
He's got to send me audio, please. Oh, who's in there? Hey, babe, who's the board out? I'm blind. I can't see anybody. I can barely see you.
Yeah, there's a reflection.
Hold on. I don't even have an adapter for my headphones. We got all kinds of shit going. Did you, what kind of music did you listen to as a teenager?
Mainly rock bands. I mean, Journey,
Okay.
Styx.
Did you ever listen to
Van Halen, Cars?
Ronnie James Dio or not?
A little bit.
God, I heard a few of his songs over the weekend that I haven't heard since I've been like 14. And I'm like, holy shit, that's pretty good music for being that old. I was pretty shocked, man. He's in the grade. What's that?
There's a lot of good music back then.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of my music.
Our board op just walked in. You should have some in a second, dude. Oh. Yup, and then I put Bob next to me. Did you see that? All right, hold on. Bye. Hey, do you got Tom up in there? I'm sorry, say that again. You can only buy 16 pounds of marijuana a day. Man, I'll tell you what, if I had pot back, I'm glad it wasn't legal when I was a kid, man. I would have smoked too much dope. I'm sure of it. I don't like dope too much, man. I'm not saying like if we're at like a graduation party or at a wedding or something like that, and maybe there's a joint or something, I might take a hit, but I'm not big on it. Especially the dope nowadays. Holy shit, man! That shit'll just kick you in the nuts. That ain't like the Mexican weed we smoke.
I never did. I never did.
Ever?
No.
God.
No, I drank way too much, but.
Oh my. Do you want him to come in on 5 or 1 or? Got it.
Trying on 5 because for some
Got
reason
it.
things not working for
Got
me.
it.
What's going on, Tom? We're trying to get.
Shit. Hey, disconnect right now. Not the camera and shit. Disconnect from the fucking K out right now. Bye. I just told him that is Tom up? I'm gonna tell Tom to come in on 5. We're always so last minute.
Yep.
Okay. Nothing like the last 30 seconds. Yeah, so it just the compressor turns on. Well, I don't know if it turns on, but you know the fan's spinning and everything. But just not cool. Warm air. It's 3 years old too, man. I was doing spots for. No, I was doing spots for a company called. It's out of business now. It was Apple Air. He did this thing called Fix It or not Fix It. Price Fixer. Do you remember that for a little bit? And the whole model crashed.
Right.
And they put it in.
Well, it should be covered in a warranty. I mean, I'm happy to send somebody out, but they should cover it all in a warranty.
They're not even there anymore.
Really?
Hey, man! But if they're out,
No, they're in business.
get on. Get ready to get on.
Yeah, Tom, it's incredible to me every year that as soon as we get the hot weather, people wait, nobody's proactive, and then as soon as we get hot weather, our phones absolutely explode. We anticipated that there'd still be supply chain issues, and so we have stocked up quite a bit. They are starting to improve, but it's not across the board. Some models are starting to improve, but it's kind of hit or miss. So yeah, if you're wanting to give anything, I would get it right away. Not only because of the supply chain issues, but as we've all experienced this year, the inflation's going through the roof. Normally, I get one price increase, maybe 2 a year. I'm getting price increases from our suppliers almost every other month.
What kind of percentage?
Well, again, in past years, I might get say 5% on average at the beginning of the year. Now we're getting 5, 6, 7% every couple of months. It's just crazy.
People, and a lot of people, a survey of Americans said that they believe inflation is due to corporate greed. They're just taking advantage of this situation. I just want your gut on that. Now, it's not a political thing because first of all, I don't believe any one president can make that much difference. I mean, I think a whole administration, Congress, and the Senate can.
Tom, when
yeah.
you're anti-fuel, when you're anti-gasoline, anti-oil, anti-refining, yes, one president can make a huge difference.
Okay, but I mean, yes, of course, Mark. I understand that. I really do. But I'm asking Bob, these increases, I mean, I don't even know if you can get a sense of it.
It's, Tom, I can't speak for obviously for all companies, but
I'm talking about industry,
right.
not you,
no,
not the end.
I know what you're saying, but I think for the most part, it's not corporate greed. I think for the most part,
it's
companies
real.
are just
The
trying
supply
to
chains. Okay,
they're just trying to maintain their margins to keep everybody employed, and they still got to stay profitable. But but I don't think they're gouging in most cases. They're just trying to maintain their margins. And so
Right.
just this weekend, I filled up my pickup truck. It's an F-150, $140 to fill my pickup truck. Now we have 125 trucks on the road right now that fill up 2 or 3 times a week. So we can only absorb so much before that gets passed on to the consumer. And same thing with our furnace and air conditioners or our water heaters. When we get price increases, we're going to do everything we can to stay lean, absorb some of those costs, and help the consumer out, but we can't absorb everything.
And remember, those parts that you're talking about, the water heaters, the furnaces, they're shipped in on trucks to the local warehouse. Those guys on diesel are paying up to 3 times the amount they did a year ago.
Right. Diesel is even worse than unleaded.
All right. On a side note, I filled up my son's car yesterday.
Oh, here we go. Brag.
$13. And it was, that's expensive, I think, because you could do it at home. But I did it. It was $13 at a supercharger station, and he got 300 miles for that. So
how long did it take for that to show up? So let's say everybody runs out and buys one. Tesla's so far behind. Mine got ordered, what, Tom, 3 months ago, and I'm looking at the end of August.
And by the way, my son's doing very well in school. He deserves it. He has the Model 3, and we filled it up the first time at a supercharger, and I just wanted to see what would happen. And the thing right now, it was $13. I didn't know Tesla charged. I thought there were free charging stations, but I guess not. I couldn't find any, but it doesn't matter. No, I heard there were free ones, but $13 for 300 miles. So what does that mean, like, if you converted that to gasoline mileage? Can someone do the math on that? And then also, I will go to the phones. Okay, right now, let's go right to Lauren, who has a problem with landscaping. Lauren, and then, of course, hold on, Niall. We got some answers for you, too. What's going on with landscaping? We get a lot of landscaping problems this time of year. What's going on, Lauren?
Well, I hired a company to help me with a xeriscaping project in my front yard.
Yeah.
And I'm at a point now where I've paid them 95% of the.
Why did you pay 95? Did you pay as you go?
Yeah, their contract required half up front when I first hired them, and then another half at the halfway point, or 45% at the.
So you've paid to evolve. How much total in dollars?
95% of the total.
Well, how much is it in dollars? How much?
So it's $6,500 for the first half, and that was paid on May 2nd.
Yeah, just what did you pay in total? About 10 grand?
Total $12,350.
You paid $12,000, and you theoretically owe more money, right?
I theoretically owe 5% of the final total.
All right. Well, tell me what's wrong right now. What is wrong?
Well, it wasn't done to standards. So the irrigation company.
What do you mean? What do you mean it wasn't done to standards?
So there is the grading of the front yard after they removed grass and regraded it is not flat to the standards for irrigation. So the irrigation company.
Well, okay. Does Evolve agree that they've done some things wrong, or are they saying you're full of crap? What's the story?
They're saying that they're finished. So I sent them an itemized list of.
Okay, so you have some squawks, we call it, and they won't take care of them. Is that as easy as it gets? I mean, is that the bottom line?
Correct.
How serious are the squawks? Does a lot have to be redone?
I mean, I'm definitely I'm hiring a company to fix things.
Why? Oh, because Evolve won't do it? So you're withholding some money. Is that going to be enough to finish it? Lauren?
Well,
Lauren, is that going to be enough to finish it, the money you're withholding? Okay, I can't hear her.
No, it's her phone.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right. then here's what I want. Deputy Doc. I saw his ugly mug there. He's there, right? Anyway, I think, thank you. We should, no, seriously, Doc, if you can call them and just say, look, we got some squawks here, and then I need to know from her if the money withheld will finish it. If so, she's got to keep very tight records. So when they come back and try to lien it, she can prove that she was in the right. Just get her information. We'll call Evolve, and we have more coming up. And now this broken AC. Niall, hang on. I'm going to talk to Bob about that at Plumline coming right up. I'm Tom Martino.
Dave Ramsey here for Water Pros. Let's talk about your water, a precious resource that's a part of life. Harmful cleaners, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals are dumped down the drain daily, and they don't just magically disappear. I trust Water Pros. Water treatment should not cost tens of thousands of dollars. Water Pros water treatment systems start at $21.
I can't open it.
Yes, and I'll tell you who I trust. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. This guy is solid. Whether he's selling your property or you're looking to buy a property, Team Duran at RE/MAX Alliance has it all. I'm serious. He's a certified negotiation expert, and it's amazing what he has done for me, for Mark, and every single person we referred. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Even in a crazy market, up and down, he's got you covered. 303-920-1622. And I'm going to tell you something else in an unpredictable economy that won't go wrong, because it's been doing it for 125 years. That is overfunding life insurance. A lot of people do it. Like I said, these companies have been around 125 years. And you can get in on it. If you get a small life insurance policy, just enough to make this legal, you can then overfund the heck out of it, and it grows tax-free. You use that money. You can use it to buy a car. You can use it instead of a credit card. Pay yourself back, and that money grows tax-free until retirement. And you take it out tax-free if you follow becomethebanker.org.
Hi, folks. Dan Cicchini.
Now, I got to check out why.
How can it be that we started Done Right Home Improvements way back in 19...
Are you...
How can it be that 3 of our grandkids are now working in the business? Geez, we didn't have grandkids back then. And to think that we've designed, built, and installed tens of thousands of projects? How can that be, Todd?
Dad, it's the things you've always taught us. Do good work, show up on time, price fairly, and above...
All right, here's a picture. Yeah, there's not a lot of coverage, that's for sure. I do agree. What you doing, Mr. Bob? Fucking one of my slide chains broke. I got to repair.
One of your what?
Chain that opens up one of my full wall slides on our coach.
You guys been getting out every weekend?
No, we took it out 5 weeks. Been a blast, man. We're probably going to go. Tom and I are getting this remote stuff down pretty good. I think we're going to go. We headed this time. We hit the furthest destination was Hilton Head, then back. But man, we stopped at beautiful places, just gorgeous. I think we're going to hit like probably August. We'll use it in the mountains from here September. Then I think in September we're going to do a month or two going down towards Oregon, California.
Oh yeah.
Go celebrate my liberalness.
Go 101.
From Plumline, doesn't the temperature have to be a certain temperature to test it, Bob?
Well, you know, typically to truly test an air conditioning system, XL recommends 70 degrees. To get the rebates, it has to be 70 degrees. Now you can kind of fake it a little bit to get an idea if the system's working, but the inspectors typically aren't doing that.
Well, they don't have the knowledge or the expertise, but so what do they check when they check those? Bob, have you often been called out in addition to an inspector to do heating and air?
On occasion we do, yeah. If somebody wants a whole home inspection done for a
But what do
furniture.
home inspectors normally do? I mean, I'd like to ask a home inspector. I know we have some listening. I know Brian listens. I'd like to know what home inspectors normally do when it's winter and they check the AC. Let me just ask Niall. Are you putting this on the inspector? Are you saying it's his fault?
No. So, according to the inspector, it says due to the low ambient temperature, the air conditioner cannot be tested. Compressor damage can occur if the air conditioner condensers are operated when the outdoor temperature has been less than 60 degrees during the previous 24-hour period. So I'm not so much going towards the inspectors. It's more so towards the previous owner. In the property disclosure.
What did it say on the disclosure? Did it say it's working fine?
On the disclosure, he put that the AC needs to have a wire plugged in to give it power. But we've had...
Tom,
what does that mean?
That
what does that mean?
Wait.
What does that mean? I mean, was it just installed? What does it mean? A wire has to be connected.
So we had a air and heating company come out and look at it about a month ago, and when he came by, he said that the coil was leaking and that the refrigerant was completely out, and that when I gave him the explanation that there has to be a wire that needs to be plugged in for the AC to have power, he said that's not the case. And this previous owner obviously lied on the disclosure.
Well, okay. Well, Now, here's the thing, though. He lied or he told you to the best of his knowledge. He could have said he did not know. So I'm wondering why he said a wire has to be plugged in. Because he knew you would find it's not working, maybe with the inspector.
And that's the unfortunate thing, because I mean, obviously we bought this house in February, so that was.
Well, okay. You're saying the owner intentionally knew and left it off the. Let's get right down to it, okay? Because I know where this is going. So let's ask you straight up. Had you known the AC did not work, and I want you to get down to your gut and tell me the truth, what would you have done in this market? They would have probably said take it or leave it, don't you think? Or what? Tell me.
That's true, and we would have said we're not going to take it because
really,
at the moment,
really,
because at the moment we were, my family and I, we were living with my dad, and so there was no problems with
no
us
pressure. There was no pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
You would have said fix this AC or I'm not taking it.
Exactly. And
how much?
Tom, on the disclosure, though, it said it didn't work. It said it wasn't plugged in or whatever. I think they covered their ass no matter what.
Yeah, he's saying they didn't specifically give him the diagnosis.
And how would he know it? I'm sure the old owner wasn't an HVAC tech.
But where did he even get the expression a wire had to be plugged in? When you saw that, I would have asked, did you see it? Did you say, what do you mean exactly? I mean, come on, bro. Mark just said you had some knowledge. So what did you think when you saw that? Did your real estate broker, like Frank Duran would have said, Tom, get this checked out? What did your broker say? What did you say when you saw that? That would have raised a red flag with me. What did you say?
So when we came across that situation, our real estate agent just said do kind of the same thing that the inspector said. Since it was as cold as it was, it would have been hard
I didn't ask that. Not asking that. Here's what I'm asking. You clearly saw what he put down there. Now, I would have said, what does that mean? How much will it cost? And how do you know that? Come on, man. Wouldn't you ask a homeowner that? Well, let's see. He must have been told that by somebody. Who told you that? And how much is it going to cost? I think you were derelict in not asking questions. So I don't think you can put it all on this guy. I mean, really, did you ask, what do you mean by that, and how do you know? Isn't that a logical question to ask a homeowner?
Yes, and we did not ask those questions.
How much is it going to cost to fix this problem? And how old is the unit?
The unit is 15 years old. So.
Oh, man. So you knew it was 15 going in. What condition is the furnace?
The condition of it from the outside it looked good from the inspection, but the refrigerant is completely out, and then there's.
No, I'm asking you about the system itself, 15 years old. These old systems, they're not going to last. I mean, look, how much is it going to cost? Do you need a furnace and an AC?
Just an AC, and that is going to cost about $5,000 or $6,000.
Bob, I think he's foolish to do just the AC on a 15-year-old furnace. What do you think?
Well, if the furnace is just as old, I would suggest that he replaces them both at the same time. Because,
that's exactly right.
Because it's just a matter of time before that furnace goes behind as well. And when you do, because of the installation process, you're kind of duplicating your efforts. And so if you do them separately, you're double paying for the installation. So that's why it's always best. And plus the systems kind of work together these days. They communicate back and forth between the.
How big is that house, by the way? How big is your house?
So it's a modular home, and it's 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
How many square feet?
1,400.
I think $6,000 is high on that AC, Bob. That sounds awfully high to me.
It's not, Tom.
Come on, bro. Come on. Really? For 1,400 square feet, it's not?
Tom, you just said it's going up like 7 to 8% every month.
So what would a combination system cost? A budget? He shouldn't get high efficiency with a module. I'm going to tell you straight up. And he shouldn't get the best. What would a budget system, brand new, cost him?
$10,000 to $12,000.
Okay, here's the way I look at it, okay? If this homeowner was totally 100% responsible, he would not owe you a brand new AC. It was already 15 years old. You could argue that 80% of it was gone. So at the most, if this system's going to cost 10 to 12 grand, the AC part of that is 6, and 20% of 6,000, because 80% of it was dead, 20% of 6,000 is going to be $1,200. So that's what he's going to owe you. He's going to owe you $1,200 if he was 100% wrong. Now, you might want to try small claims court, but dude, even going near an attorney is going to be a waste of time. Try calling the guy and settling for an amount. But if you're thinking he owes you a new system, nah, he doesn't. Because had you brought that up and demanded that back when you were buying that house, he would have said pound salt. Just like you would have said, I won't take it. So I don't know, man. You knew you were getting a 15-year-old furnace. You knew there was a problem with the AC. You knew it. You knew it. It may have not been the exact problem, but you knew there was something. So I think you're going to have a hell of a hard time trying to pin it on him 100%. And at the most he'd be responsible for is 20% of the AC. I mean, that's the way I look at it, and I'm trying to be independent here.
I don't think it's going to work at all. Bob, would a mini split be cheaper for him with only 1,400 square feet?
Not necessarily, but us or any reputable company can give him an estimate. So it doesn't cost anything to get an estimate of his options. And with because of the financing that's available out there right now and the extended financing, I mean, you can get a complete system for $2 to $3 a day. I mean, like $99 a month. So even a $10,000 or $12,000 system with extended
And by the
payments.
way, and I do have to plug, if he had Frank Duran, the real estate man, I swear to God, it wouldn't have happened, Mark. It would not have happened.
Even more so, when I bought that house out in Franktown, Bob sent out a plumber, an electrician, and an HVAC guy.
I know.
Was on top of the inspector and went through everything.
I always have separate system checks, always, even garage doors. I swear to God, even from the garage door company. OneClearChoiceGarageDoors.com. Serious. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. I'm serious. They do an $80 inspection. Bob, I think it's smart to have people do each major system, and it will save you a ton of trouble. And Frank Duran wouldn't have let this happen. He would have seen that wire, and he would have probed. How do you know? Did you have somebody come out? When did they come out? How much is it going to cost to fix? I guarantee it. By the way, Frank Duran, 303-920-1622.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
Traffic is finally starting to settle down on I-25, looking pretty good for you right now between C-470 and I-70, and no major impactful accidents across I-70 right now between Arvada and Aurora. Your C-470 drive looks good along the foothills and through Highlands Ranch, and so no major highway.
No.
Well, the fuel must have hitting you like crazy, Bob.
No, wait. Why? Who said we can't move them?
Yeah.
I mean, with 100 trucks, that's
we're just talking
insane.
about that.
No. I think we definitely.
I just filled up.
I mean, I think they have to be crazy.
F-150, so it's not. It doesn't.
Yeah, I'll go tell them. No problem.
$140.
I know.
Fill it up this weekend. And,
yeah.
We got 125 trucks filling up 2 or 3 times a week.
That's crazy. The cash flow must be driving you crazy too.
And I know, I don't know if you heard the first part. A lot of people say, and the administration is blaming it on corporate greed, saying they're getting greedy, they're just jacking their prices because of the situation, and that's not the case. I mean, we're just trying to maintain our margins. We've got 2 to 3% of margin compression right now since the beginning of the year, yet our prices have gone up 15-20%, and we still can't maintain our margins. We're just trying to stay ahead of the game. So
I don't think they're talking about corporate greed with people like you. I think they're talking about it with like Amazon, and especially the oil companies. That's what they're talking about, corporate greed. Mostly, I think they realize that businesses are at the mercy of the oil companies, and that's what they're talking about.
Well, but if you're cutting off the supply and not allowing oil companies to produce what they need to produce, it goes back to either you got to make more on less, or you got to do it through volume. And if you can't do it through volume, and they're not allowing you to drill, yeah, we got to jack up our prices.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm just saying, but people aren't upset with plumb line or with
right. Oh yeah, you're right. Most consumers, they're looking at the Fortune 500 companies.
Yeah, and they realize that you guys are in the middle as well.
Right. But even like Amazon, I mean, how many trucks does Amazon have on their road?
Right.
Just fuel alone, their prices have gone through the roof. And when they're still offering free shipping, that shipping is not free.
Right.
You can say what you want. It's
included in the cost of doing business.
Included in the cost of doing business.
Absolutely. So Mark, what's been working real well for me on these calls is having a three-way conversation with the businesses right away.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, so that's what I try to do.
Poor Niall though, this guy that bought this house. I listened to Tom Martino. I've been listening for 30 years. And still, when I bought my first house, it's overwhelming. Between the paperwork and the inspection and all that stuff.
Yeah, your first time in the road.
Yeah, it is crazy.
I mean, you trust your real estate agent, bring things to your attention. You figure the inspector's supposed to be a pro. You don't really understand it, that they're just going through a checklist. But we found all sorts of crap on our house after we moved in.
And inspectors, everyone you look at their contract, doesn't matter what they missed. The most they're going to owe you is what you paid them.
Right.
It's right in the contract.
Exactly. And they can't be expected to be experts of everything.
No.
And Niall, in his defense, I don't think a lot of new homeowners would know what questions to ask.
Right.
Again, they're relying on their real estate agent and the inspector to educate them a little bit. And if they just say, "Oh, wire needs to be reconnected," he probably assumed, okay, it must not be a big deal then.
We built a house, and it cost $400,000 to have it fixed. And
did you know that though?
Well, after the inspection.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we sued them. We got all the money back, plus lawyers' fees, and it cost them $400,000 to fix it.
Wow.
And the house only cost about $500 initially. They totally fucked us up.
But yeah, it's, a good real estate agent, it's like having a good mechanic or a good plumber.
Hey, Talib says 3's dead. Is anything else? Or it's not dead. I'm sure someone's on it. Is there anyone else you can come in on?
How much do you think the pipeline would have helped alleviate this fuel shortage? Would it have made a significant dent?
I believe so.
I mean, shutting that down was just absurd.
Okay, we're up.
9,000. Okay, so let's talk. Niall bought, and we need to get him a dose of reality here and try small claims court. I think he'll lose, but Niall, there's nothing we can do about it at this point, really. Try small claims court. I think that you were given some kind of notice. People, beware. When people say, do not know, or anything like that, you need to investigate. That's why you have these disclosure statements.
And Tom, if the inspector did miss something and he said it was okay and it wasn't, what's the best that would happen?
See, that's another problem, Mark. Now, I want to make this very clear. I believe in home inspectors, okay? But you have to know what you're getting into. Home inspectors, in their documents, disclaim any responsibility for stuff they miss. They absolutely disclaim it. And all they guarantee is the feedback. That's it. That's the most you're going to get. And you sign that contract.
Maybe he can at least fight for his feedback against the home inspector. That
yeah,
$400 or $500.
But was the home inspector derelict because he couldn't test it in that weather? Maybe he could have seen that it's at least hooked up. I don't know, Bob. I don't know.
Yeah, in Niall's defense, and I was talking to Mark about this in break, as a new homeowner, I get it. I was overwhelmed, and I relied on my real estate agent.
Yep.
I relied on the inspector.
Yep.
You got to assume that they know what they're talking about because that's what you hire them for. And so I get it. I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
But again, the system's 15 years old in a seller's market.
Yeah.
If he had gone back, the guy would have just sold to the next.
He would have.
Person.
I know he would have. He would have said, take it or leave it.
So if this is the house Niall wanted, then it is what it is at this point. But yeah, call us out, Niall, or call another good reputable company. Make sure you get 2 or 3 estimates, and we'll take care of you.
Hey Tom, Doc talked to that landscaper already. We got an update.
Okay, I want to take Preston first. He's been waiting. Then we'll go right to Doc, and that's great that and I know Doc tries to talk to him both on the phone. That's great. Preston, what's happening?
I went to Grease Monkey last week, and I took it up there to get the brakes done. When I went back to go get the car would not start. And
you went to get the brakes done.
Correct.
And then nothing else?
No.
And then it wouldn't start. Okay. What would they have to do with that?
Well, I just was wondering. I mean, when I took it there, it started, and then I came, and now all of a sudden they had no excuse. They just said, "Well, I don't know. It's not starting," and they wouldn't do anything.
But why? Listen, why would that be their problem? I'm asking you. I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm asking you, Preston. Why would it be their problem?
Well, it could be, but what was it, Preston? Why wouldn't it start?
Okay, but you have to know he didn't have anything done except what did they touch, Mark, doing the brakes? What did they touch?
I have no idea, but if we knew what the issue was, then we could maybe point a finger at him or not.
So what was the issue?
The issue was my brakes were grinding, so I went and got my brakes done. But when I came to get my car...
No, Preston, has your car started since is what we're asking.
Not since I took it there.
What was the issue? What was the issue?
There was no issue. I just went to get brakes, and then I came back and my car
No, Preston, what I'm asking is this. If it did not start and you had it towed, did you get it fixed?
Not yet. It's in the shop right now.
Okay. Did the shop tell you what was wrong?
Not yet. I'm waiting on them to call me back and let me know.
Well, Preston, tell me about your car. How many miles on it?
173,000.
Okay. And what kind of car is it?
2007 GMC Envoy.
Okay. Now, Preston, honest to God, 173,000 miles. It did not start. They put on brakes. What could they have done to cause this?
Well, I don't know. But when they called me, they told me that they did the brakes, but that it was still grinding and that I needed to get some other work done. And then they said they have a shop next to them that would do that work. So I said, well, I'm on my way up there to come get my car.
Okay, what other work did they say was needed?
They said something about bearings or something like that.
With 173,000 miles, anything could be wrong, right, Preston, or not?
I guess, yeah, but I told them they could go ahead and get it fixed. But then when I showed up, the car wouldn't start, and nobody
Okay.
knows why.
Okay, hold on. One thing at a time. The brakes that you paid for and the other work you paid for, is that work complete?
The other work I did not pay for.
Okay, you just paid for the brakes.
Yeah, they called me and they said, yeah, your brakes are done. But then they said I needed some other work for the bearings. They said they don't do that, but the guy next door to them in the
and
shop
you
next
said
door does.
you said I'll just come get the car, and the car didn't start. I'm just going to ask you straight up. Do you believe that they sabotaged your car?
Maybe not on purpose, but I mean, it started just fine before I took it there.
Yeah, but
did they do an oil change, Preston?
I didn't get an oil change at all. I went and
Mark,
got brakes.
they did brakes. So how does that equate to the car not starting?
I don't know.
And it's got 173,000 miles on it.
I'm just wondering if the engine is seized or if something like the alternator or starter are dead.
I'm just wondering if there's anything that if it's their fault, because I mean, I showed up.
How do we know? It's if you're saying just the mere fact that they have it in their possession is their fault. No, it's not. Just like if you parked at Walmart and you went shopping and it didn't start, or you went to your friend's house, or you went somewhere to get gas, the gas station is not at fault. It just happened unless you can find a direct cause. If your mechanic can find a direct cause and say, look, they actually did this or they did this, but it's 173,000 miles and there's not much you can do about it. I don't mean to like bring you bad news, but for God's sakes, let's be real. Let's be real about it. If you find anything at all that's suspicious, please let us know. Or call Norris at SOS Inspections to look at it if you don't trust the guy you're with. What's your follow-up, Deputy Doc? What's going on, man?
All right. Well, you're right, Tom. What I try and do is get the consumer and the business on the line at the same time.
Yes.
And I spoke to Carolyn Shepard, who is apparently the honcho over at Evolve. There were 3 things that Lauren wanted done. She needed more mulch, she wanted her driveway fixed, and she wanted some rocks moved. Carolyn agreed to every one of those suggestions. She's going to bring more mulch. She's going to send one of her workmen over to fix the driveway and to move the rocks.
Wow.
So Lauren is very happy with that, and that's going to she promised to do it, and Lauren is going to let me know if she follows up on it.
Why was there a disconnect? Just
I have no idea.
All right, cool.
But
Let's
at least
go.
we got it solved.
All right. Well, A-Rod's here, not Shannon, and I don't know if A-Rod knows how to pull out my dinger or not, but if he did, he could do it.
Well, it'll be a long-distance stinger, Tom.
Well, oh, he found it. Yes, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
North of the metro, we do have some debris on the highway causing delay. Watch for a hazard northbound I-25 between Highway 52 and Highway 119. The center lane is blocked there. But back here in the metro, overall highway's in good shape. A little bit of heavier traffic northbound I-25 between 225.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So, like, right now, PGM is on. I want to hit offline.
Okay.
Hey, Thomas. Oh, good. Now we can talk like that.
Yeah. It should be, like I said.
Okay.
Like I said, yeah.
If I was on offline while he's doing a live, am I on the air too? Does he still hear me? And then I don't get on the air. Okay. Got it.
You're not going to stay at the house. You can borrow that money back out again. And when you sell, pay it off. What I'm getting at is you buy it, you can borrow it up, pay it down. It's all simple interest, and it's a line of credit. Affordable interest mortgage. Look for theliquidloan.com, an incredible product. And every dime you keep in the same bank gives you credit on your balance, so you pay even less interest. It's amazing. TheLiquidLoan.com, 720-895-0500. All right, David Ellis Jewelers, he will buy junk jewelry, tangled messes, mismatched earrings, incomplete coin collection, even broken watches, because he wants the precious metals. So he'll weigh it and pay it. Right down at 3rd and Clayton. That's 2640 East 3rd Avenue, David Ellis Jewelry. Now listen to this. He also will buy your estate jewelry and your precious stones. 303-322-8779. David Ellis Jewelry, 3rd and Clayton. I love talking about garage floors because my garage floors are beautiful. Mark, you had these guys do your garage floor. Garage Kings. GarageKings.com. No money down. He says he guarantees lowest prices and a lifetime warranty on the finish. He'll do patios, pool decks, sidewalks, and, of course, garages, commercial and residential. GarageKings.com. 720-252-0370.
If you have any questions about your roof, call Excel Roofing at 303-761-6400. Hi, Jay Brett's here, the owner of Excel Roofing, with my sons, Henry and Alex. Henry, why
That's pretty
should
good,
homeowners
man.
call?
It really does.
Okay.
Are you getting a little nervous or excited or both? Yeah, I bet.
Oh, we're not hearing them.
You can hit Doc. Hold on. I'm going to show Doc how to talk to you. Okay, listen to this.
Yeah.
Only during breaks.
Right.
Hit offline now.
Oh,
Talk to him. See if he can hear you.
Hey, Tom, you can hear me now? Okay, good.
The second we go back on, you
Right,
got to
yeah.
PGM.
I'm not even seeing what you're talking about.
PGM is there.
I'm just seeing the links to click the meeting, to join the meeting.
Well, I'll tell you what got me. I told you, man, that damn fentanyl. Holy shit.
Is it not
You realize I remember every single thing that
not
happened,
any,
but about an hour
meeting
after
invite?
the
Is it
procedure, I don't
separate?
remember anything.
Right.
They do not have that fentanyl down yet.
And you didn't feel a thing, right?
Okay.
Right, percent is what makes you forget.
Well, my people, both times, all they use is fentanyl, and then I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean,
But wait, think about this, guys. One was at Kaiser at their own facility.
Mm-hmm.
The next day was at Skyridge, completely different, and they both use fentanyl.
well, all I'm saying is, as long as you didn't feel a thing, whether or not you remember is irrelevant.
Yeah, I know that's true, but some people don't want to remember the camera up their ass. I honestly don't care.
Yeah. Sometimes depend. There's a lot of different cocktails that different anesthesiologists use, depending upon how long they think the procedure is going to take, what the condition is of the person, and there's various ways they can do it.
Sorry, bear with me.
No.
My nose was
no.
that long.
No. No. You'll just.
I think I found it. Review training materials. So I click on the link. Yeah,
You're back in program,
I got
right?
the same thing. It said that
Oh,
didn't
you
work.
did.
That's pretty slick, isn't it?
Yeah.
It says we're sorry, but Bob Logan at Phone Services or B Logan at PhoneLineServices.com can't be found on the OneDrive HomeDepot.com directory. So, okay.
For each one, but you get 44 days free to try it out. It's an app that runs in the background and filters out everything, malware, all of the bad stuff. It's amazing what it wards off. And all it does is sits there and runs. It's way better than antiviral crap and all that. I'm not saying it substitutes, but you have SaferNet, you won't get infected. SaferNet.com. Look them up and download it. And you get 44 days free. Put Tom in the promo code. Imagine that, SaferNet.com. Okay, so let's talk to Carol. Carol, what's happening?
Hi, Tom. I have a nightmare going on with waste management.
Oh, my God. So many people do. But, you know, recently, guys, we haven't had a lot of complaints about them. We haven't really recently. But what is your complaint, Carol?
So I had called and scheduled a bulk pickup, and all it is a recliner chair. That's all it is. The bulk pickup was to be Tuesday of last week. I got up Wednesday.
Now, wait a minute. Is a bulk pickup by appointment, or do they do bulk pickups for the neighborhood?
No, it's by appointment. You know, I paid my additional $40 for this recliner chair to be picked up.
Oh,
but it was
okay.
in addition to my regular trash.
So you already, did they ever pick it up? I don't want to hear the story yet, but did they ever come and pick it up or not? Is it still unresolved?
No.
They never picked it up.
Into my driveway.
Are you kidding me? And you paid an extra $40, and those thieves didn't have the decency to steal it? Is it that bad, Carol?
You know, it's just an old lazy boy recliner. To tell you the truth, it's my ex's, and he never picked it up, so I'm throwing it away. You know.
Okay, I get it.
Rude,
hey,
but, you know.
Carol, I'm surprised. Seriously, I am so serious when I say this. You would be shocked at what's stolen, and I don't even mean stolen. They pick trash. I mean, I know people in certain parts of the city when they want to get rid of stuff, they put it in their trash. I mean, they put it next to their trash, and people come and get it. They patrol the alleys.
Or you list it on Craigslist for free.
Okay.
And you know, I live in Roxborough, so I'm not like I'm right in the center of town. And I get people don't want to drive all the way out here to Roxborough to pick up.
I get it. So listen, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. What's Waste Management's excuse?
Well, they said their truck broke down. Okay, I get that. I understand that. And now they've also said the trucks broke down, they're short of drivers, and I understand both of that. But, you know, I've been really patient for it.
Have they picking up, hold on, does the regular trash come and go?
Well, they do service our area on Tuesdays, and they came on Tuesday and picked up my other trash and my recycling. And then this is supposed to be another truck that would pick up my bulk items.
Okay, we're going to call them for you. We are going to call them for you. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino. We'll assign this to somebody, come back with all of your calls, and we will solve this problem. I trust you. I mean, trust me. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More of the Troubleshooter with Plumline Services coming up.
We depend on our drinking water supply daily, but where does that water come from? Your water provider encourages you to get to know your local water source so together we can protect and preserve it. The investments we make as a community to protect our water source now ensure we have a sustainable drinking water supply for the future. Visit drinktap.org to learn more. This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
Have a do-it-yourself project? No better place to shop than Buy and Build for your kitchen and bath. Granite, cabinets, sinks, faucets, hardware, and accessories below wholesale pricing. Stock changing daily, so check them out. Or send your contractor. Either way, you save thousands. A giant selection. Buy and Build, 560 South Lipan, just west of I-25 on Alameda, then south on Lipan. 303-295-6022. Buyandbuild.net.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Elwyn Lopez. On Capitol Hill, the first of 3 public hearings this week by the January 6th committee.
Committee member Representative Zoe Lafgren with what the committee will try to establish today.
Former President Trump's plan to overturn the election relied on a sustained effort to deceive millions of Americans with knowingly false claims of election fraud. All elements of the plot relied on convincing his supporters about these false claims.
Former Trump campaign manager Bill Stempien is not appearing before the committee today after representatives say his wife went into labor. Instead, we are hearing his taped testimony and from his counsel. The Wall Street sell-off continuing today, the S&P 500 has been trading in bear market territory. And over the weekend, a bipartisan group of senators agreeing to a proposal that would be the most significant federal legislation on guns in nearly 30 years. This is ABC News. Much of the country expecting triple-digit heat today, from North Carolina to Ohio to New Mexico. Dozens of wildfires are burning out west.
There are 37 large uncontained fires from Alaska down to New Mexico, but just north of Flagstaff. They have evacuations still in place. They did arrest someone who started it, a 57-year-old man.
ABC News chief meteorologist Ginger Z. History made at the Tonys.
And the Tony goes to a strange week.
With those words, Cheetah Rivera sending Jennifer Hudson into rarefied air. An Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and now a Tony Award under her belt, bringing her to EGOT status. Hudson, a producer for A Strange Loop, which won Best Musical at last night's 75th Annual Tony Awards. She's only the 17th person to claim that status and only the 5th woman ever to get into the elite group, which also includes Rita Moreno, Mel Brooks, and composer Alan Menken. Matt Wolf, ABC News.
Elwin Lopez, ABC News.
Do you feel like you're making mistakes with your money? Secure your finances today with a certified financial planner from Facet Wealth. Your money goes further and works harder with the help of an expert. Financial planning used to focus on retirement, but Facet helps you with today. You get a dedicated financial planner, and they guide you through every financial decision. Inflation, interest rates, stock market changes, home prices.
Carol.
How do you figure it all out? Well, every advisor at Facet is
What are we doing with Carol, guys?
Are you going to monitor it to see on the YouTube for me?
Now I realize. Bound to do what's in your best interest.
What's going on, Tom?
Oh, nothing. It's nothing to do with this.
Money so you can start living a better life.
You guys going to tell me what we're doing with Carol?
Hold on. Go ahead, Tom.
Nothing to sell.
No, nothing. Okay, Carol, I think we want to get somebody to call. We want to get them.
So they hear this now. Rock and roll, dude.
Okay, give it to Marty. Even it out then. Good.
Carol,
registered investment advisor.
I'm going to send your information to one of our deputies.
Cool.
To give you a call and help you out, okay?
Cool.
And now I also have to make sure.
All right, hang on just a second here.
11:03.
All right, you good doing that? And I'll really try to monitor the phones better.
Waste management issue.
Law enforcement arrested 31 men over the
Something new,
Carol.
Yeah,
Phone number, Carol.
making me know my job even that much wider with the board.
Have you seen the new, that new version there is all touchscreen, man. Wait till you start working with one of those. No knobs, no nothing, just boom, 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 boom.
Okay, let me send this over to him.
That's
and I'll have
exactly
him give
where
you a
it's
call,
coming
start
from.
working on
Just
your
like
case.
we can do the
Carol,
show
just check this
remotely,
out.
Hey,
you
Mark,
can
I-
run the board remotely.
Mark, I love this Comrex.
Dude, your delay is like nothing.
I love it. I love the Comrex. I love it.
Did you connect to Wi-Fi or hardwire it?
Hardwire.
Cool. Oh, you should be using
Talk to you soon.
the ACC. I played around with a lot of them as far as the different codecs.
Hit program.
I don't even know what you
Okay,
mean.
and
I
when
don't
I'm
have
off,
any
or when
codecs
we're
here.
break,
You have
hit
it
that.
pre-programmed, probably.
Hey,
Did you guys figure out the audio us on great? Okay.
Mark, what do you mean ACC?
ACC is one of the codecs, so there's like 50 of them. The best sounding one for what we do on AM radio is the one I have that set on. But if you're somewhere where it's like very low Wi-Fi, there's some that use a lot less bandwidth, so you don't fuck up the delay.
Hey, that thing that's in the box, is that a wireless for Wi-Fi or cell?
There's two of those. If you remove the one, there's one under it. They both plug into that Comrex, and you can connect to two different Wi-Fis for redundancy and failover.
Okay, what about...
All right, we're going back.
None of them take cell?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not going back.
Mark,
I'm hearing Doc's phone.
Mark, do any of them have cell? Do we have a 5G we can buy?
Yes, I have that. I have that right here at the office. I knew you wouldn't need it, but it's sitting. I forgot to put
How
it.
much are we paying for that a month? Or did you put it on my AT&T we should or something?
No. You buy it. It's a prepaid AT&T. Like, I spent a total of $55 the whole month we were gone.
So we only
And I
pay
didn't
as
even use a quarter of it. So here's where they fuck you. You either buy 100 megs or 50. I bought 100 for 55, but after 30 days you have zero. It's not like it lasts forever.
There's a couple of texts we asked about.
So if I'm going on remote with that, we would buy prepay it, right?
Yeah, you just buy prepaid for. We'll give you the login. It takes 5 seconds.
Give me an idea of what a show would take.
Interesting you asked. I actually tracked one down. You're under like 7 megabytes, or not megabytes, 7 gigabytes.
You betcha, Todd.
Not even. I think it's like 5 gigabytes, and that's with good. Remember, I'm just talking the audio portion. If you're running cameras, surfing the web, and doing all that other shit on your laptop, that's different. But just doing the show under 5 gigabytes for 4 hours.
We're going back to program here.
All right, we're going back.
722-2295.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Monday at 4. Part of the Colorado Democratic Party and their media arm freaking out over the Colorado bishops bravely and correctly calling on those who voted for that wicked abortion bill to refrain from Holy Communion. Where do you come down on that? Join me at 4.
Right now, lines are light. I don't know if you have time to hold and come on and talk
Did you
to them
get me on
about
the
this
books,
problem
Bob?
now.
Or you don't know yet?
We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help come and make it.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino on 630 KHOW.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we stay away from politics except how it applies to your economy and your money. But we really just want to help you. That's what we want to do. Solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. And while we're doing it, we have fun, plus we educate along the way. That's what we do. Fun, education, all of that. We've been talking about a lot of important stuff right now. You really, one thing we have to take away from this hour, or the last hour, when you do a disclosure sheet on, or you read one, and you're buying a property, read it carefully. Because I'm telling you, man, if you do not have knowledge of something, it could come back to bite you. One guy put down, air conditioner needs a wire plugged in to work. My first question would have been, what does this mean? Who told you this? How much will it cost? How the heck do you buy something like that without asking? Now, it's likely that in a seller's market, or buyer's market, a seller's market, that is, that they would say, take a hike. That's what they would say, take a hike. 303-713-TALK. Mary, welcome. What is happening? This is a nightmare. What's going on, Mary?
Yes, so my daughter in LA in December, and unfortunately, she lives in an apartment with a gated parking garage.
Wait, a gated parking garage? So it's not only gated, but it's a garage?
Correct. She has a parking space.
And is it an apartment complex?
It is an apartment complex.
Okay, and?
So her car was stolen Friday morning at 3 a.m. The apartment complex has a video of the, I guess, gentleman trying to get involved.
You mean thief?
Well,
God,
yes,
I can't yet. Okay, so hold on. This is important, Mary. This is important, okay? What I want to know is, were there other thefts around that place that people are complaining about? Is it something that management should have and could have done something about, or is it something we can't pin on them and it's just a thief?
Well, the reason I'm asking, I think it's just a thief, but I'm just wondering, and I don't have a copy of her lease. She's getting it to me. My point is, it's a gated lot. So the guy got in somehow. They have video of him at 3 a.m. in the morning trying to get into numerous cars, and she has an older car, and so he was able to get in and hotwire it because she had her clicker, garage door clicker, the gate in her car. He was able to get out.
Oh, wow. So what's the mystery then? How he got out with her? What's the mystery?
Well,
what part of
how
it?
did he get in? How would he
Well,
get in?
when you say it's gated, I mean, it's gated for cars, right? I mean, I've seen parking garages where you can walk in and out. Is that,
No,
I'm not getting the...
walk in and out. You cannot walk in and out
How about a
unless
ladder?
you followed somebody in.
So
Nope.
this is really that tightly secure that you can't walk in and out unless you have an entry card.
Correct.
So the question is, could he have waited for a car to come in and followed it?
He could have, but that's not what the video shows. It shows him somehow getting in, and it's not real clear, of course, and I haven't seen the video. They have uploaded it to the police, and they're cooperating with the police, but my question is there any liability on the apartment complex, or is there any questions we should ask?
That's why I asked
anything
you that
we should
question,
look
yes.
for?
What you need to find
Right.
out, have there been multiple, if they knew, for example, there have been multiple thefts and someone's gaining entry with an access card, those access cards are recorded. I mean, it's recorded, so they would see it.
The access card is her clicker to get in.
I'm not talking about that. The one the thief used to get in. And
He probably followed somebody in, Tom, or he jumped over the fence.
Most of the
There is
time.
no fence. It's a garage. It's a garage.
What is it, a 90-foot wall? I mean, you're saying I couldn't go get in there without a clicker?
Well, hold on. I know what she means. Is it a garage with one of those garage doors that come up and down?
Correct.
I know what you mean. Okay. I lived in a condo project with that. Mark, there's no way in.
I know, like landmarks. So someone followed them in, or they had someone's clicker.
Right. But
Correct.
most likely...
It shows him on the video getting in through a door.
So there's a people door next to the garage door?
Correct.
Okay. Was the people door open? Did he just walk right in?
No, and that's what...
How did he get in the people door?
Pick the lock?
I don't know.
Normally how would you get in the people door?
You have a key like an apartment key. You have a key to that door.
Now it's getting more interesting.
You can go out the door without a key, but you can't get in without a key.
That's interesting. So you're alleging that he had a key, maybe an inside job, maybe it could. Listen, it's not as cut and dry as you think. Normally these
I understand. That's why I'm asking.
Normally these lease. Let me just explain how it works because I lived exactly in that situation. The leases or the agreements, the bylaws, whether it's owned or rented, whatever the document is, disclaims all of that. They say, look, we're not responsible. Don't leave stuff valuables in your car. Don't leave keys in your car, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But it seems to me, though, that this is a little different. I mean, I don't mean they're responsible, but they might be.
With the Tom
I mean,
Martino
if
show,
it was
I think Tom
egregious,
wanted to talk
if it
to you
was
again about your problem.
really
Do you have some time
outlandish,
for us?
and
Let's
especially...
let's just say it was negligent, like someone left the door open that, I guess if that happened, it would probably be another tenant, though. But no matter what, I would think it's still the thief's
what line I was
fault.
on. Is this Angelica?
Well, of course, but...
Oh, absolutely.
But with the garage...
No,
but,
just a minute.
Can get
Is
like
this Angelica?
Go ahead.
Well,
Okay,
it's
I lost track of
possible.
my
I know
line.
what you're saying.
Angelica, also, I
Could
have to tell
manage
you
it,
real
be
quick.
responsible
hang
if
on.
they knew a key was missing. But I keep asking the same question, Mary, which is the more important one. Has it happened before, and do they have tape similar of a guy opening the door? Can you see him? Is he using a key to get in, or was it wedged open? Did you see the video?
I did not see the video. It was not wedged open, according to my daughter. He was not able to reach around and open the door. They can't figure out how he got in.
What do you mean reach around?
Going through the door. Like,
what do you mean?
Like through the gate and open.
Let me just tell you real quick,
Open
Angelica,
the door.
I was
like
the old reach around.
Fonza for you.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
I do have a small update
but
for
no
you,
matter
but
what,
I do want to
the
tell
guy
you
got
I'm
in,
gonna do that
period.
update on the
Is
air
it their
and keep you hanging
fault?
for a
Not
minute, because that's
necessarily.
just what we do
Okay?
on this
Unless
show.
they did
I
something
do have to
stupid.
tell you, though,
The
I
answer is
did,
always the same. Unless they
email
contributed
LaFonza
somehow
last
to it,
week. I had
or
a minor
knew that
family
there was a
emergency
really
I had to
bad
deal with.
problem
So
going on,
I'm very sorry about that.
and that would be
After
3
we
or
talk
4 or
to you
5
again,
cars,
still
and they
wants you
didn't
to
do
reach out
anything to
LaFonza.
relock or
We have to
rekey
do
the
that,
door
okay?
or something like that. Yes,
And
they
I have
could
your
possibly be liable.
Receipts and all of that. So I
You
so
would ask, what other incidents have you had recently?
Well, I don't know if they'll tell you. I think what I would do is I would call the police and ask them.
Okay. I know. They
okay.
Damn.
That's the one I would ask
Darling,
the police
okay.
because
well,
I'm
believing
that the police would know And man, if you have multiple incidents, that's when you start looking at why. And yes, they could have some culpability. All right, they could have.
Okay, so then my next question then is...
I'm sorry, hold on. Tom, I just got to ask you this. So even where I'm sitting right now at the studio, there's been numerous cats stolen right out of this parking lot, sometimes in the middle of the day. Management knows about it. The building owner knows about it.
Yeah, but,
and it still continues to happen. So how is that possibly management's fault or
iHeart's
fault?
Because that's an open parking lot. The garage that they're paying for is secured for a purpose. And and I believe that by collecting rent and offering this, it's a kind of bailment agreement saying we're keeping you safe. I don't think they are responsible, Mark, unless they did something to contribute to it, or if yes, they would.
I agree with the contribution, just not the negligence aspect.
Well, here's the negligence. If there were 5 or 6 of these happening and they didn't rekey that door and they saw the guy getting in through that door every time, yeah, they would, in my opinion, be responsible.
I just
well,
think
Mark,
all the
unless
on the news, like a DIA,
Mark,
there's a place you're paying to park, and they're stealing cats out of there left and right all the time.
Yeah, but that's different. That's an open garage. This one has, if they saw a guy getting through that door multiple times, I would say they have an obligation to investigate why someone is getting through our door multiple times. Seriously, that maybe deadbolt it or do something. Okay. Anyway, Renew Home Innovations, beautiful. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
I just have one quick question.
Well, hold on. Let's take a break, and then we'll come back for it.
Okay, hold on. Renew Home Innovations will do your beautiful, beautiful shower or bath area. They do it like right away, no supply chain issues. It's amazing, American standard. They upgrade your bathroom to a point that I can't explain. It's so beautiful. They have, and it's not expensive, half off installation labor as well. They have wall systems that look exactly like stone with no maintenance. RenewHomeInnovations.com, and they have great financing. 303-904-2000.
Give hot flashes the cold shoulder. Try hormone replacement therapy from Hormone Health and Weight Loss. Leaders in the field and your new experts. With all natural hormones, never synthetic alternatives. Visit HormoneHealthTest.com for a free assessment.
All right, Empower Reverse Mortgage, one of the reverse loan people we love. They take care of seniors if you're 62 or older, if you have equity. Give them a call. They have a helpline. They'll answer all of
your new experts.
With We'll make sure that you understand completely the lump sum, the line of credit, or the monthly payments that you can get
take
from
the
your
phone.
equity.
Who cares if they
and
can
if
hear
you
you?
need it to save your home or assisted living, they can help you. 720-500-7719. EmpowerReverse.com. 720-500-7719. Okay, you heard me talk about the liquid loan and why I love it. And here's why I love it. You decide what you want to do with that loan. If you want to make regular payments like you always have and just put more toward the principal, you'll pay it off faster than a conventional loan, even with the rates ticking up, because it's simple interest. You're not paying interest all up front. Now, if you're going to own the house 5 years or less, don't bother making principal payments. Why? Just pay interest only. It's your choice. In fact, if you change your mind at the end of 5 years, pay it down. That's what I love about it. It's liquid. You can pay the principal down. You can borrow it back if you need it. You can borrow as much as your equity lets you. And if you keep money for regular bills and stuff in this bank, it also credits against your balance, so you pay less interest. Find out more. He'd be happy to explain it all to you. That's theliquidloan.com, affordable interest mortgage. The number is 720-895-0500. Now, you know, a lot of people are listening on YouTube and Facebook here behind the scenes, and they know probably already that I'm going in for surgery. And Talib had gone in for surgery, too. We both had back issues. Isn't that weird? I went to Colorado Pain Care, and I'm telling you, they have gotten me so far. It was amazing. The one issue that I do have, they're the ones that referred the surgeon and are guiding me through it. Now, not everyone, in fact, very few people need surgery, but Colorado Pain Care, they're smart enough to know, can they help you with the pain? Do you need further intervention? Or they have minor intervention, minimally invasive. ColoradoPainCare.com has it all. Go there and find out more. 303-GOT-PAIN, all major insurance accepted. 303-GOT-PAIN.
Do you feel like your feet are stepping on broken glass? Sharp pain or tingling in the feet or hands are symptoms of peripheral
So do they hear all of us, or do they hear Tom do the spots? Or we don't know.
Front Range Medical Center.
No, I know it.
Troubleshooter Show, please hold a minute. Troubleshooter Show, Keith, hey, it is getting to less. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
Okay. By the way, Marty has one follow-up, Suze.
From neuropathy with no injections and no drugs using the newest.
Okay, do you want to say it on air or you want me to pass it along?
Relief in only a few sessions. Call Dr. Dean
Sure, man, what's up?
at Front Range Medical now for a consultation and exam to see if your neuropathy can be treated. He'll provide a painless neuropathy
What's
severity
this
exam,
landscaping
normally
file by
$200
Zip
for
we
just
have?
$27.
They're pictures of the one Doc already took care of. Oh, never mind. Good.
Call Dr. Dean Anderson, D.C. at Front Range Medical at 303-586.
Looks like a gun safety deal was reached. That's pretty huge, man. I don't even know. I think the framework is better mental health checks. I don't think there's anything like you have to be 21 to buy it.
There was something about being 21 to buy certain kinds of
certain rifles,
which is fine.
I just don't know how they define it.
Hey, Doc. Get the best deals at the Sharpest Right.
He can't hear you.
I'm telling you, if you're looking to trade in, go to the Sharpest Right's best customer service.
Yeah, that's right. Logan said something funny. You can be 13 to vote, but 21 to buy a gun.
Well, I think a lot of these crazy kids are between 18 and 21. I don't see anything wrong with having some age limits on certain kinds of arms
on the show today.
Doc, I don't even think it's bad to have a 3-day waiting period.
No.
What kind of credit card?
Then you can calm down a little. I mean, if you're a kid, like if you're under, let's say they do change it to 21. Then I don't think it matters. But right now, if you can buy one at 18, maybe you just wait 3 days or something. I don't know. I don't think that'd be a big deal. Who needs an AR in 3 days?
I don't think 21 is.
And who needs it? I mean,
we're the partner our clients count on. If we can be of help to you, give us
or
a
age
call.
21, I don't see anything
One
wrong
of
with that.
Cordell and Cordell's Colorado.
Hey, Doc, as long as they take them away when you're 75.
I do.
Dads. CordellCordell.com.
And they're voting for president. How about if they want to be a security guard or a cop?
You could drink at 21 in certain states.
Well, all states.
Okay.
You're thinking back in the day.
Right.
This
So if you can't drink, I mean, I know drinking is a constitutionally guaranteed right.
Hey, Doc, go offline.
Now try Tommy.
Doc, put your headphones on.
Blindster.com offers
wasn't
custom
bad.
and shades
Hey,
and
Doc.
shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than
Doc,
big box
can you hear me?
retailers. Blindster blinds are easy.
Are you
to use,
offline, Doc?
Guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for
I
new
don't think-
blinds. Shop blinds.
He's in the studio with you.
Okay, there you go.
So you can hear me, Doc?
Yeah.
So if I have surgery on Wednesday, do you think I'd be up for a brunch on Father's Day Sunday?
Yes. Definitely.
Okay, go.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Let's talk. What's on your mind? I'll tell you what, Garage Magic is another company we love for your garage floors. And they will do a lifetime guarantee, and they'll do your garage floors, warehouse floors, pool decks, whatever, patios along the entire Front Range. All employees, no subcontractors. That's Garage Magic, 720-600-HOME, 720-600-HOME. All right, so welcome to the show. Let's go to the phones. What do you think about the car? Mary has one other thing to say. She says, look, the car was taken out of the garage, and they go through that people door. And are they responsible at all? I only said if there were multiple instances that you can show, and they know there's a problem with that door, yeah, I think there's some culpability. If it's a one-up thing, no. Or if it's an inside job, but you'd have to prove that. Most of the time, they're not responsible. Mary, you had one other issue.
So she is wondering if she has any leverage to possibly get out of her lease.
Okay, now hold on. Domestic violence will let you out of a lease.
Also, or sexual predators or something like that, stalkers. But unless it happened to her more than once, I can't see her saying, hey, I'm afraid to live here now. I don't want to be here. What kind of a car that hers was stolen? Is it a special car?
It was, no, 2011 Ford Escape, 180,000 miles on it. Perfect car for LA because, you know, there's no place to park.
I wonder why that one was stolen.
I don't know. The video shows him trying to get into cars, and he was able to get into hers.
Did she have insurance?
Pardon?
Did she have coverage for it?
I don't think so.
Of course.
Oh, she did. Good. Good. Well, that's where it is. Then why isn't she just going to her insurance and getting it done?
Well, because she's trying to get some more money out of it because, quite frankly, she can't afford a car payment. She's only going to get $5,000 to $7,000.
It's an uphill battle.
So now,
you heard what you have to construct. Now the next question: can she get out? How much is left on her lease?
Till December.
And
December 1st.
Is she really afraid of that place now?
No, she's not afraid, but she wants to. Well, you know, they live in LA. They take this. You know, this is what happens in LA, and they think it's okay. But yeah, I mean, she preferred to get out of her lease.
Would she prefer? Hold on.
Because now she's got to buy a car.
Is she able to find a cheaper place in LA?
Well, we haven't got that far yet, or she hasn't got that far yet.
You're right. You're right. There is not a big emphasis. There's not a big emphasis on security and on. I'll bet you that the police won't even investigate the car theft. They won't even investigate.
Well, I'm sure they won't. They'll just let the insurance write the check. She gets a check in 7 days after filing the police report.
How can they not actually look into it? Your DA is Gascon. He looks into everything.
Oh yeah, he's going to jump all over that, isn't he?
Is this guy still in office?
He is. He's got a recall. Yes, they need a few more signatures, but the recall will be soon.
Okay.
Well, let's hope.
Listen. I honestly think it's slim to none that she'll get out of her lease because of this. But it would be a good thing to ask because they might want to get rid of her if they think she's trouble. You know, she can ask. And in this rental market, even in L.A., it's easy to rent. I think they would let her out. I mean, she should try. Just ask. And I think you'll be surprised. I think you'll be very surprised at the answer.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your time.
And let us know. You know? Let us know for the heck of it what happens. I'd like to know.
I will. All right.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, okay. Angelica, I want to bring back because this thing just pissed me off so much I can't believe it. But I want to bring her back for a few reasons. I want to post the video now, and I want her to send me the video or give me a link to it because a lot of people don't believe what I'm telling them. That the driver, by the way, she was flying, listen to this, Bob, you'll love it. This woman's flying overseas on Lufthansa. She comes home, and her luggage is missing. She tells Lufthansa at the gate, or at the luggage claim, they say, okay, we'll take your name and address, we'll have it delivered to you. She goes home, and she gets an email, when, Angelica, in the morning?
Yeah, it was I woke up like at 6:30, and it said your luggage been delivered, and the email was at 12:16 a.m.
Yeah, 12:16 a.m. Now listen to this, Angelica. You said when you called Lufthansa, you said I didn't get my luggage. They said, well, they're supposed to get a signature, right?
Right.
Okay. And the company that you used was what? Mark, what was the? I got a couple names here. I'll go look it up here. But he has two names he goes by. And what was really amazing about this, he takes no responsibility whatsoever, none, zero. Mm-hmm. Now, technically, you know, our attorneys say that probably Lufthansa will end up having to pay you for this, or you go through your insurance, and your insurance can subrogate if they want. But here's what I didn't like. At Western Delivery Solutions, the woman dropped your bags on the sidewalk at 11:44 p.m., 15 minutes before midnight, and walks away.
Yeah, and it's not like in the middle of like some big, huge neighborhood. I mean, she's kind of off of not like really a main road, but kind of a main road, right?
Yeah, it's a busy
main road.
Yeah, and listen to this. She drops it off and just puts them on the sidewalk. Literally puts them on the sidewalk and drives away. 15 minutes or less than 45 minutes later, a guy comes and takes them. And when we called this guy just to get a comment and see if he could help Angelica make a claim, he said, "Not my problem." Oh, my God. Now, if I owned a company, Bob, if you owned a company, even if you didn't have a direct contract with that consumer, and that consumer told you, I have Ring doorbell video of your driver dropping those bags on the street at 11:44 and driving away, and then I have video of them being stolen. Here's what I would have said. Even if my contract is with Lufthansa, I would have said, "Oh, my God, really? Do you know who that driver? Can you describe the driver? May I see the video? I'll call the airline. I'll call the airline and get this working." Wouldn't you at least have some interest at all? Would you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
His comment was, "Not my problem."
And unfortunately, that's the world we live in these days.
Yeah.
Customer service has gone completely out
That's
the window.
right. Western Delivery Solutions, also Denver Bags, Inc., Mike Borowski. Here's the number if you want to leave a live review to him. Because, you see, I believe businesses thrive by reviews. The whole world is working on reviews. The whole world. Here's the number, 720-327-4846, 720-327-7846. That's it. I think this is amazing to me. Now, has Lufthansa Airline gotten back to you yet, Angelica?
They sent me an email. Sorry to hear about that. Please contact our customer service. So their customer service is a feedback link. And so I've sent in 2 things through the feedback link. And they sent me a thing, and I'm going to go in and fill out more information and see if I could upload the videos. Because that's the whole thing. I keep telling them, I have video. And
did you send us video earlier? Because I remember looking at the video, or did you send me a link?
I don't know what I sent, but I told Suzanne I'd come outside because I have really bad reception here at work, and I'll try to resend the video.
If you can resend the video or even a link for that video, Dropbox or anything, I would love it because I want to look at it. So we're still working on this case.
Here's another thing. Hold on. Here's another thing to call the TSA Contact Center. Of course, Transportation Security Administration. Call these guys, and I'm not talking to the listeners. I'm talking to her. 866-289-9673. You can actually file a complaint with them that they're not responding to your lost baggage issue.
Okay.
And Denver Delivery Solutions, the moron there, Mike Borowski, who said, "Not my problem," is at 720-327-4846, 720-327-4846. I would love to hear what he has to say. I mean, just being the owner of a business, wouldn't you at least want to hear about it and say, well, let me look into it, not him. By the way, Water Pros, the best water systems at the lowest prices ever, and I'm telling you, I got a freshwater faucet here. All the fresh water I want, never buy bottled water, for under $1,000. That's waterpros.net. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
It is an excellent time to be traveling on our metro area highways right now. Traffic on I-25 up to full speed between North Glen and Castle Rock. Earlier construction work northbound at Yale looks like it's gone. Speeds have improved, and your drive into downtown even looking good either direction. No problems on 225 or across I-70. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a record-tying high today of 99 degrees, the old record set in 2006. Tonight's low 63, and then just a bit cooler for tomorrow. Tomorrow a high of 85. Currently, it's 91. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
You know, one of the best companies ever that I've seen run, and one of the best people. It's Excel Roofing, and Jay Bretz runs it. I've known Jay from he was the first roofer at referralist.com, the very first one. At Excel Roofing, they don't take a cent.
Ask you back when Price Fixer's website was up. This is kind of, they were trying to launch nationwide.
It was just so much
in fact, all of their
what kind of
contracts
system do you
specify
have? And people wouldn't even know forced air.
It doesn't just say,
just had no
whatever
idea.
insurance wants.
That's it. So you're really trying to, like, you know,
they'll make sure
I
you
don't
get
know how to
that
explain it. It's like asking
ExcelRoofing.com,
a lot of people
where they really know the entire roof system, including the proper ventilation.
The education level's not there yet.
They have a
nor will it ever be, quite frankly.
ExcelRoofing.com, 303-761.
No, who would
6,400, thousands of satisfied customers, including
so that's that was probably the main reason. The other thing is, then they try to size it. If they did know it was forced air, for example, then the next thing would be size. And even though if you really got into reading what it's asking for, you know, a lot of people would like leave out their finished basement or their walkout, or they would notice that if it's a little smaller, the price might be lower. Or worse scenario, they go, fuck it, I want a real good one. They'll oversize the shit out of it, and then you know when the guys get out there, it's just going to freeze. So, I mean, it's just, you know, people don't know that. You know, that's an interesting one because you think, okay, I buy an oversized one.
QC fan.
I buy an oversized one, I'm going to have better, you know, air conditioning. Yeah, of course they do. I mean, it makes sense for most things. But no, of course not. It'll freeze.
Tired of long waits and rushed care at the ER and urgent care clinic? Next time, stay home and let this
Talib can switch. If I told him to, he could switch to this.
Got the vid. Let me see if they want to hold you up.
Yeah, that's right, because then they wouldn't hear Tom.
Okay, and you want just
yes.
very quick and skinny for my email.
And then when we, I'll tell you where the show's going is, him and I are probably going to be remote quite a bit. So I don't know how ultimately we're going to handle that, but it'll just be the two of us and then whoever the board op is. But we're actually working on a phone system that'll possibly, she can do it remote with me no matter where we are. So Tom can be remote, I can be remote, and she can field calls everywhere. And really, you guys wouldn't be doing much at all except for switching to commercials. And I don't mean switching us to commercials. I mean just like you do for any other host.
I'm consumer advocate Tom.
I don't know if he's hearing me or not.
Ideal Home Loans.
Tommy,
There's still reason to refi with Ideal Home Loans interest rate guarantee.
He might be incapacitated.
Oh, well, I'm sending the video of the luggage, Mark, if you can hear that.
Send it to Talib, too, so he can put it up so people can watch it.
I think he can see it in help. That's where he wants it.
Talib, look at help and put that video up so people can see how brazen it was.
IdealHomeLoans.com. 303-867-7000.
This week on The Upsiders.
How brazen what was?
That luggage. Oh. Bob, you should see this video. It's like, car drives up. It's like in the street downtown. I mean, like, you know, a row of homes. Car drives up, opens it up, puts the luggage on the sidewalk, drives away. It's like 12:30 at night. 45 minutes later, dude comes up, grabs the luggage and takes off.
Upside. Yes.
I don't remember.
Johnny, you remember earning cash back on the gas you buy, but not.
It's crazy.
And I can see the driver of the cars.
And they didn't even do that. All they really had to do, what they should have done, is just walk up the stairs next to the door. I mean, you know, we're not talking a long thing. You go up the stairs, and then there's the house and the porch. You could have put them anywhere on the porch, and then ring the doorbell.
25 cents per gallon bonus or more on your first day.
As an organ donor, your story.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. God, what you know, most of the time you're grabbing someone's luggage from DIA. What are you getting?
Dirty clothes.
Sign up right now.
Dirty clothes.
Organ, eye, and tissue donor. You'll be happy you did.
But maybe the guy's homeless and he needed some clothes.
Happy too.
Maybe.
Go to organdonor.gov.
Well, that's true, man.
U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Yeah, but if he's a homeless guy...
Yes, but wait. That's what... Go ahead. Oh, okay, just let me know when we're going back up. He just dropped off. All right, 303-713-8255. All right, let's see here. All right, 303-713-8255. Let's do this. Let's go to...
Hey, Mark, I sent the video of the luggage.
Oh,
so
we
you
got
guys
the
can
video
look
of the
at
luggage.
that.
Hey, anybody out there, you got to go to our Facebook page or go to our YouTube channel. We're going to put the video up. It is so brazen, it's crazy. You're going to see someone drop the luggage off by basically putting it on the sidewalk and drive away and someone else taking it. And this is like in the middle of the night. They don't call her. They don't ring the doorbell. They would have only had to walk 50 feet to kind of hide them on the porch. It's insane. Now, Bob Logan asked me a question during the break. What did you say about the owner of this business, or his response?
I just thought it was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, again, even if you're not responsible as a business owner, to Tom's point, take a minute and say, you know, I'm so sorry to hear this. Let me see what I can do to help you out.
Now, here's why he doesn't care.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Tom, but unlike a lot of businesses, check it out. We talked about this a couple weeks ago or last week. This guy only deals, he doesn't deal with the public. He doesn't deal with the public at all. His only customer is the airlines themselves that are understaffed and can't deliver their own baggage. He's like a backup. He truly does not give a crap about anything else.
Look at our video. If he wants to keep his business or grow his business, even if the airlines are his only customer, he should want to take care of them.
At least say, when we call or the consumer calls, at least say, I would want to know which employee of mine did this. I would want to know.
Of course.
I would say, well, you know what? Why don't you can you send me that video? May I look at it? And I'll call the airline. We'll get this going. This video now is pretty static. Is that the video? And it's going to show the van pulling up. And we're on Facebook and YouTube Live, by the way. And Mark, I see it, but I don't. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Hold on. She just appeared there.
We'll get it put up on our channels.
Yeah, I see it right now. I'm looking at our channel right now, right? Isn't that what you're feeding me on this vMix? So I see a still of her.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but I want to see the video where you see the van, you see her drop the luggage. That's thief,
what.
Right?
Hold on, I got her back up. How come we can't see Angelica? Thank you. How
That's
come we
the
can't
thief.
get the video?
That's the thief. We have video of the thief right there.
It's up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, but they're just still pictures.
No, I'm looking at video.
Okay.
Unless I'm crazy. I don't think I am yet.
Also, Tom, while you're looking at that, I did have a listener call in who apparently knows folks at Lufthansa Airlines and says they're very aware of this problem and are looking into it, but he would not give me any contact
that's
info.
Good. Well, that's good they're looking into it. They should. We've made enough noise about it. But where's the video now? Who's playing this video? Is Talib Talib. The other video, Talib, that's the thief you have up there, Talib, taking the luggage. But do you have the one of her in the van dropping it off?
He'll hear that. He's got a little delay there, so we'll run that one too.
Okay. Yeah, this is great video. And again, this guy is I'd like to hear from someone who called him and what kind of response they got from him. Or
what was his name and number again, Tom?
Okay, so I have it here, and here's what I'd like to know, though.
You mean Mike Borowski?
Yeah, and the number, it's Denver Solution, Western Delivery Solutions, I'm sorry. It's 720-327-4846. But I wonder if it just all goes to voicemail now. 720-327-4846. Let's find out. And find out why this luggage was misplaced. Now, listen, I don't expect him to do anything directly for the consumer at this point. That's not what I'm expecting. I just expect common decency. When somebody calls up with an accusation like that, and they say, by the way, we have the video, and I'd like to get to that other video if we can, and we probably will after the break. But anyway, let me take another call, and then we'll come back to that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, Susan has a comment on the stolen car out of the locked garage, the secure garage, and the thief getting through a people door there next to the overhead door and then driving away. Susan, what is your comment?
Okay, well, number one, it's very obvious, but before I say my theory on it, I think the luggage company that delivered it is responsible for it. I just want that as my opinion.
Yeah, and I think they're responsible too, but I think they're responsible to the airline, then the airline's responsible to the consumer.
That's right.
Yeah. But anyway, what about the car?
All right, I mean, that's so obvious. People move in and out of those places all the time. They leave with the fob, the key that lets them in.
You're
they
right.
Replace it. They pay $40. You can't expect the apartment building to replace those things every time someone moves out. They're not going to do it. They're not.
You know what? You have a point. You have a point there. I mean, it's crazy because you're right. People are moving out all the time, or a tenant could have given the key to somebody else. I just meant.
It's so easy. You lost your fob and you go get another one.
And it's not the fob he had. He had a key to get in.
I think the key is probably. I think the key is probably a fob, not a regular key. It's usually what they are. Either
you mean
way,
for the people door?
Yes.
Either that or it's a combination lock. Whatever.
It could be a really old place. I think she actually said it was a key, as in, a key.
Well, yeah, but like we have fobs, a lot of people call them keys. Either way, it doesn't matter whether it's a key or a fob.
Right.
They can be replaced very easily, and so they could be all over the city.
Okay.
And you can't expect the apartment building to be responsible.
All right. When we come back, we'll see the video of her with the van pulling up, dropping off dropping off the luggage. And we'll take a look at that, plus take all of your calls. Genesis TotalExteriors.com also does solar, GenesisSolarCO.com, and they do any part of your roof. They have a solar event coming up, and they want you to know about it because they're going to feed you and they're going to take care of you at this event. Please mark your calendars, okay? It is going to be on June 25th on Saturday, starts at 11 to 5. And yes, they're going to have a cookout and live demonstrations of solar and why it benefits you. And you can find out more at GenesisTotalExteriors.com or call them 303-679-8509.
Is your book report due?
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
Just a bit of slower traffic now on
Are you writing a novel there?
Oh, that's cool.
Not a major delay. I'm not seeing an accident through that stretch. Just
Oh, that's pretty good. But now you got to axe too.
We have several people that are reading, so they might have I-270
So how many people go through the entire amount, all submissions?
Today, 99 expected. The old record.
Even all of them?
Yeah, night low 63, and then up to cooler for tomorrow with a high of 85. Currently, it's 91. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin.
Okay.
630 K-How.
All the valid
new
ones,
blinds
if
or
you will.
shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop Blindster today and save big. Blindster.com.
Make sure. All right, let's talk about Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, free market valuations of your home for the asking. All you have to do is give him a call, 303-920-1622. He'll do a complete analysis with photos, comps, and everything
10,000?
else.
And by the way,
No,
he
10 people.
doesn't expect anything in return.
1,000
It's
each,
a
and the
complimentary
scholarships
service,
1,000.
but if you do
that's
ever
real.
want a list, you'll never do better than Frank.
Addie
Frank
got,
Duran.
she didn't have to
The
do an
real
essay or
estate
anything,
man.
but
Hey, Tom, can I let Angelica go?
Oh, she goes
Oh,
to law school
24/7.
Hope we didn't hear
so
that.
she's been working
Oh, thank
part-time for Dutch Brothers. For,
I don't know if you can
I don't
squeeze
even
in,
know,
but they
4
had
years.
a furnace deal.
They just cut her a
You wanna
check,
ask
which
them about
basically
it, okay?
reimbursed
That must have
me.
been you whistling. I thought it was Tom you whistling. I heard whistling.
yesterday.
Cut me a check.
Since that's Sunday, maybe they'll do it today.
I couldn't believe it.
18 months.
Because
no
it was
payments.
out of the blue. The program
months.
started
Plus
well
they give
after.
you $800
The program started about 8 months ago, but it only is your first. It's only your first degree, your bachelor's or whatever. It doesn't, it doesn't go towards a doctorate or law school or anything.
Floors.
So she actually got it in retro did it, and they cut her a
They
check
have
retro.
better
I couldn't
prices than
believe
even
it.
the big boxes, and they're a smaller store.
Crazy, man.
Because
And then
you deal with
she got
Buddy Mitchell directly
$9
deals
grand a year in scholarships from the school. I'm not exactly sure where they
You can
come.
make your own appointment, and they'll come to you at
So-
Simply
or
Floors.
no,
No matter what floor you want, you'll get better prices, better installation,
So it's still
better
gonna be,
service with design
still costs
experts
money, but-
for you at your disposal to help you buy the right floor.
I can't wait. She got her apartment picked out. It's all furnished. It's pretty cool, man.
Does she have any roommates or just?
Hey, Tommy.
She's got a roommate who's going.
Can I let
for
Angelica
her,
go, or you still want to talk to her?
Masters.
As long as we get the video, she can go now.
I don't remember what it is.
Okay, Angelica, I'm going to put you out of your holding misery.
Wait. I want to know, did she call her homeowner?
It's good because it's going to be, they're going to be, there's no party.
I want to know if she called her homeowner. Does she have anything
There's no
to report on
freshman
that?
there either.
Did you call your homeowner's insurance to see if you could put a claim in through there?
All right.
People have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way to
Yeah, we did very little partying in medical school.
Makes you a cash
It just wasn't time for it.
Oh my God,
interesting. And what did they? What's the status of that? Okay, hang on a minute. Tommy, she did not reach out to homeowners, but she did have trip insurance, so she filed a claim with them and is waiting to hear back.
Rudy's home.
Okay, but also just tell her to. I don't need to talk to her, but tell her to use her homeowner.
Okay, Tom also wanted me to encourage you to reach out to your homeowner's insurance as well about it to see if you can get any coverage that way. In the meantime, Angelica, I did share your phone number with Lufthansa and the folks that I emailed. So email us if by chance you hear from them. So we can do a follow-up and see what the status is to see if we need to continue to try to help. Hang on. Yeah.
If you're thinking about selling, or just
Angelica.
Orchard would pay for your home. Get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at Orchard.com. That's luggage.
Oh,
the best.
Did you hear that, Angelica? They said that they only have video of you of the theft, not of the drop off of the luggage.
Just $79.
Oh, I sent all three of them to them. Okay, Mark, she said it was the first. I sent all three emails to you guys, so let me look at it. It's hard to look on this computer, but it should have been the first email I sent. I sent 3 from her.
Schedule online.
You want me to resend it?
No hassle, no wait.
Just to leave. That's all I care about. He's the one putting them up.
It's the first email she sent, day 11:34 to leave. Or no, yeah, 11:34. Then you did 11:36.
I'm going to tell him right now.
Okay, okay, I'm going to let you go. Let me know if you hear from them. I'll let you know if I hear back from them as well, and then we will stay in touch with you, my darling. Okay?
Stock market changes.
Try to get you reimbursed for all this stuff. Thank you. Bye.
I think she's getting her luggage money.
That's just a fancy way to say.
Well, she filed trip insurance. She's going to file homeowners insurance, Mark. She had trip insurance, so she filed a claim with them.
So you can start living a better life.
All right, we're coming back. 20 seconds, everyone. Back in program.
Bring Suzanne down too.
Yeah, I turned it off on here, so during the live
Troubleshooter show. What is your first name?
That's TRY.
Yeah. Sue's made aware that we're all good.
What's your favorite that you're reading?
This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor is it investment, legal, or tax advice.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Okay, Sonny, what's going on with you? What's happening?
Hi there.
You have a potential scam?
Yes. Apparently, multi-million-dollar lotto winners are contacting people. They reach me through text message about how much money they won, and they want to share the winnings with me and so on and so forth. And I was kind of interested until they started demanding a $1,000 payment to deliver the money.
Oh, my God. How obvious of a scam can you get? But they say they're an owner.
Yeah,
I mean, a winner. A winner. They're the winners, right?
Yeah.
And they want to share. Well, what is the $1,000 for?
Various fees. The one I remember the most is a tax clearance thing for $300. There's another so-called piece of paperwork for another $300.
Hey, can you forward us that text anyhow, or phone screenshot it or something? And then, do they give you a phone to call back?
Yes, some kind of an agent.
All right, hold on. Give that to Suze. I'm going to call him live on the air in the next hour. Okay, hold on. I do want you to give that to Suze. Christopher, you have a comment. Go ahead. On which one, Christopher?
Hey, Christopher.
Tom.
Sorry.
Yeah, what are you commenting on, Chris?
Okay, so two things. So this whole, I've been enthralled with this whole Lufthansa thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would, you're a business guy. I'm a business guy.
Yeah.
Why would Lufthansa just not close this out and call it a day and subjugate against and fire their delivery company?
Well, I think they're going to. I think they're going to. I just think that, yeah, I think they will. I just think that
you're a business guy. I'm a business guy. Does that not? That's the path of least, right?
Yep. Totally.
Okay. So part two.
Yes.
Got into a car wreck 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Going through like Quebec and was heading up to Leafsdale, and I had some idiot late at night take a left in front of me. Okay, so I'm working with this insurance company called Bristol.
Yes. Yes, somewhat. I think they're a high risk company. What about them? What are they doing?
Yeah, they're a C- company.
Yeah. So what about it?
Okay, so the cops came out, and they were there, and the other party was ticketed. Okay, so now they're offering me. I've got a 2008 Dodge Caravan with 40,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
It's a baby.
Yes.
And she's in great shape. Okay, so they're offering me. They're saying, well, we're only going to give you 50% of whatever. So the car is running fine. It's beat up. I mean, body damage wise. So my intention is to buy the car back.
Yeah.
Okay, probably from
go ahead.
So
okay, you want to buy it back, but it's their fault, right?
Yeah, they were at fault.
Okay.
They were ticketed from not only because you know where that intersection's at.
Yeah.
Right
so,
down there?
but where are you going with this? It's okay to want to buy it back. I get it, but where are you going with your story? Like, are they giving you a hard time?
No, they're busting my you know what.
Why?
So they're like, well, it takes this long. I actually had to provide them the police report, and I got that. This car is registered out of Tennessee. So my agent in Tennessee got me the police report, FedExed it to me overnight before she could even get it, and she's just like brain dead. And I'm like, so where are we going with this whole thing? Where are we going? Kind of like my story. Like, where are we going?
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know what you're like. What do you want from us? What can we do for you?
Well, I want to value my van.
Okay. What are they offering you?
They haven't.
Okay, why?
She won't return phone calls.
All right, I have some ideas. Where did this happen? Hello?
Leafsdale and Quebec.
All right, hold on. We'll come back. I got some ideas. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're going to post the video of that luggage being delivered soon. Coming up.
Hello, this is Cam.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
That video. So, this is kind of weird. Look at that video.
What's your first name?
It goes from, she takes it out of the car by the street, and there looks like there's, I don't know if it's a sidewalk or if it's more of just landscaping.
I'm sorry about that, Sonny.
And then brings it up.
Yeah, okay. But big deal. That's out on the street.
It's not right on the street. I thought it was right on the street.
Yeah, but it's okay. But to me, come on.
No, it's still absurd, but I thought it was right on the street at first.
But she didn't even on her porch.
And she didn't bring it to the porch. That's the part that's crazy.
It's right out in the open, right there. I mean, how do you do that, not ring the doorbell?
6960.
Don't know.
It's amazing.
Do you want to send that over and then we'll reach back out to you if Tom wants to talk to you, or would you like to hold while he looks at it?
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Okay, how about this? Why don't you text it over? I'll show it to Tom, and then if he wants to talk to you, I'll have your number from your text, and I'll give you a call.
Tom, can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm Elwin Lopez.
Yep.
Our House Select Committee's second hearing.
You're a little lower than the rest of them. Suzanne's the loudest. Hey, Doc's actually the loudest. Doc, can Doc hear me?
Instigated the violence at the Capitol.
I can tell him to go put his headphones on. Is that what he needs to do?
It's not a big deal.
Key swing state
Not a big
Arizona for President Biden on election night, under questioning from committee member Zoe Lafrette.
In your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Trump nevertheless declaring himself the winner.
Oh, sure.
While final details need to be worked out, a bipartisan group of
Hey, Tom, what's up?
I just want to ask you. I asked you, but I didn't hear your answer. Like, if I have this this surgery on Wednesday afternoon, what are the chances of me being able to hobble to or get driven to a brunch for Father's Day?
100%.
Really?
Absolutely.
On Sunday?
Yes.
Okay.
No question. And the thing about the anesthesia is just that the longer you're under, the longer it takes to recover. That's all.
Okay.
So it just takes a little bit longer to come out of it, the longer you've been under.
But on the recovery, though,
improvised key and a homemade knife, Gonzalo Lopez got out of his restraints aboard a prison bus, stabbed the driver, wrecked the bus, and ran into the woods.
The whole Lopez incident was so...
I'm here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I'm still connected. No problem, Doc. Thanks.
Five people during 3 weeks on the run. Texas State Senator John Whitmire has led the charge for changes.
Someone as dangerous as Lopez will no longer be placed on a bus.
But will instead ride in,
Tom, can you hear me?
In a van with armed guards.
Okay, all right. I'm just testing.
Jim Ryan.
No, you shouldn't. I'm just testing some stuff.
Also in Texas, another funeral for a victim of the mass school shooting in Uvalde. Elwin Lopez, ABC News.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KHOW News Time, 12:03.
A Fort Collins woman was among those at DIA Sunday.
Adriana McClintock was picking up a friend at the airport as the storm rolled in. She saw the landspout tornado and went inside the airport.
The alarms were going off, and everyone was huddled in the bathrooms. So people were it was just overcrowded in the bathrooms with people just trying to get safe, and the lights were flashing and the announcements are going off.
She tells Fox 31 it happened very quickly, and in the moment she was very scared. A tornado was confirmed on the eastern plains north of the airport, but no flights were canceled at DIA. A Texas woman is facing first-degree murder charges after the death of a newborn in Weld County. Leila Cepeda was arrested and is being kept in custody at a local hospital. An autopsy determined that the infant was born alive last week, but died after multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdomen. The investigators say Cepeda has denied harming the newborn. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Panera. Traffic on I-25 starting to bunch up a little bit as you get into downtown, basically between 6th Avenue and Spear. Now, no reported major highway accidents at this point, so overall you're looking at a pretty good drive as you work your way across I-70, 225, I-25, and all the highways. There is a crash reported at Chambers and East 10th Avenue, also an accident at Havana and Florida. Fox 31 pinpoint.
Okay, and what name would they have on file for her?
99 expected. The old record set in 2006.
Okay.
Night low drops to 63, and then just a bit cooler for tomorrow with a high reaching 85.
Katelyn.
With your impact, traffic, and weather, I'm
Okay, let me send a message over to the general manager so they can look into it and give you guys a call back to talk about it, okay? And appreciate you letting us know. We'll let them know. Thanks, Bill. Bye. Troubleshooter Show. What's your first name?
When you order on their app. Restrictions apply.
When's your back surgery, Tom?
Wednesday at 1 p.m.
Going up and up and up. Don't buy
I won't
new.
probably
Give
be
your
in
current
Wednesday.
home a
Oh,
facelift.
okay. Hang on just a minute. Let's talk about it.
And then Thursday for sure, I don't think so. But then I'll see what I can do Friday. For even if I sit here a couple minutes.
From indoor perfection to outdoor durability, Helpful Ace Hardware Pro Painters always come through. Visit HelpfulAceHardwareProPainters.com today. That's HelpfulAceHardwareProPainters.com. Restoring trust and bringing joy to home improvement.
It's the Dan Kapla Show.
It's 4 to 6. Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
Colorado Democratic Party and their media
I don't know how
everyone back I
don't know how this country. That's why we're putting so much money into robotics. Let's face it. So,
come down on that. Join me.
you know, once autonomous driving's down, think of how life-changing that'll be. Think of how. Go back to program, Doc. Think of how that would even affect local municipalities that concentrate on speed.
Shooter's gonna help come and make. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget Water Pros. If you want even a whole house system for water softening, you can get it for under $2,000 fully installed from Martino listeners. That's waterpros.net. And they do drinking fountains for clean bottled water for under $1,000. Not bottled water. I mean, you don't have to buy bottled water. Waterpros.net. Hey, listen, guys. Today we have Plumline Services with us in the studio, and we have Bob Logan. He's been pitching in. If you have any questions on plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And Bob, I'd like to know, I know the season for AC right now, people have not been proactive. I don't know why. I swear to God, you can warn them. Get your stuff. It's going to be a demand. And then everyone wants it yesterday, right?
Every year.
I mean, and what else? Furnaces, same thing. You know the cold weather's coming. You know you got a bad furnace, or you know you should at least get it checked out. When do you get a call, Bob? I'll tell you when. November or something, or early December with the first freeze, right?
That's right. And, I think it's just that, out of sight, out of mind, if you're not using it, let's face it, people are busy. They got a lot of other things that they're trying to take care of, kids and life in general. And so they don't think about these things until they break.
Tom, I have to say this, man. They're coming out to my house this week because one of our AC units isn't turning on.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Mark called me this weekend crying that, no, he called me because one of them wasn't working. We're going to get it taken care of.
So listen. So we got the video running. Talib's got that running, or he had it running. I'll tell you when. We don't have to do that right now. But anyway, he had that running. Mark, you saw they left it on the street. Well, they went up 3 steps, as you said. They left it on the sidewalk. But it's definitely not on her porch. It's not at her door. It's not close to her door. And never rang the doorbell, never texted her, never did anything except an email after midnight. And that was the airline. But how would you know your bags are being delivered? At least a knock on the door. Wow, how would that hurt? Knock on the door. It sucks. Anyway, that's that issue.
It's not really in their defense, but I'd get a little freaked out if I didn't know the luggage was coming, and at 12:30 at night I got someone banging or ringing my door. I'd probably be locked and loaded.
Well, what about a phone call just saying that I dropped your luggage off? That way she doesn't even have to get out of the truck.
Or put it up near the door. Listen, the whole thing sucks. And that's compliments of one of the worst companies I've ever heard of, and that is Western Delivery Solutions. It should be called Western Delivery Diarrhea. And then they also go as Denver Bags, Inc., and they should call it Denver We Got a Lot of Baggage, Inc. Mike Borowski, 720-327-4846, has to be one of the biggest morons in business, only because he absolutely positively had the wrong response. He may not be contractually obligated to the consumer, but Lufthansa will come after them and say, pay us, or whatever. But the point is, when you call and say, I got video, your person dropped off the bags, and the airline gave her the number. So, obviously they felt maybe you should call him, and that he'd be concerned. Like, do you want to see what driver did it? Do you want to see the video? Nothing. He just says, not my problem. Think about that.
Well, he should have also given her the number of his contact at Lufthansa and just say, look, it's not my problem, but here's the person at Lufthansa. It's the contact regarding this problem.
Exactly. Anyway, I'm so pissed off at this whole thing. So one thing, though, is that, see, there's the video. Now, look, there she is. And if you get Facebook or YouTube, look at her podcast there. She brings it out. Now, you see those right at the bottom of her stoop, as they call it in New York, right? She goes up 3 steps. But look at the street, though. It's right out in the open. I mean, it's almost like that, the tags on there are saying, steal me, steal me. Look, it's ridiculous. And then you'll see the other video. So she puts all 3 of them right there. You notice she doesn't go to the door. She leaves right there. Boom. And then the other guy comes up and takes him. Unbelievable.
Do you think that's another sidewalk there at the bottom of her railing, or do you think that's just part of her landscaping?
No,
what is that?
I think there's a sidewalk. I don't know. I think that that's a sidewalk for sure she left him on, but I think there's a lower sidewalk. I think the sidewalk above might be a sidewalk for that development.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, but it's outside. It's
crazy. It's a sidewalk.
Even
like
Amazon wouldn't leave a package there.
Oh, never. I'd like to see a picture of just a daytime photo from where that car is right now up. That would help.
And look at that thief. What is it about thieves? What is it about thieves? Look at them right there. And they all have hoodies too. Maybe we should outlaw hoodies. Maybe you have to be 20. Maybe you have to be 21 to buy a hoodie, and a 3-day waiting period. Because they all have hoodies to hide their identity. But then again, somebody's going to say, if you outlaw hoodies, they can always put a blanket over their head, right? So to do the crime. So banning hoodies is not going to stop the crime, or will it? They all have hoodies, every one of them. Have you ever seen a porch pirate without a hoodie? Anybody? Tell me.
They're trying to conceal themselves, or a ski mask.
Okay, so we should outlaw them, because that is an absolute fact that they all use hoodies and face masks. So there we go. We'll solve the problem. We will have no more thieves if we take away their hoodies.
Well, how am I going to? When I go out and plow, I always put on either a hoodie or a face mask.
Well, if you have a license or a permit to put on a hoodie,
fair enough.
You can do it. But you have to have a background check.
And you have to be 21.
Yes, you have to have. I say be 21 to have a hoodie, or a 3-day waiting period.
In all seriousness, do you think it's a big deal to make someone wait till they're 21 to buy
not at all.
A so-called assault weapon?
Not at all. No, I don't at all. I wouldn't care if they're 21 to buy a gun in general. Listen. I don't know. I don't want to sound like parents, but I'm going to put something out there. In a way, children are way more sophisticated than they used to be, but in another way, they're more morons. I don't know how to put this. Honest to God, I see kids. They're so damn smart nowadays compared to what we were. They're so much more savvy, world savvy, right? Social media, news, online. They are. Now, that may not even be a good thing, but they're very savvy. Kids are very smart. Let's put it that way. But they're also morons more. Like for example, when I knew an 18-year-old guy or an 18-year-old woman back in the day, they seemed more mature. Oh, they were stupid. We all did stupid things. But they had more of their wits about them. And 21, it was like, whoa, he's 21. It was different. I'm looking at 18-year-olds now. And it's like blah, 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 blah. I mean, you can go on social media. You're a tech savvy, but what do you know about the world? I swear to God, blah, 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 blah. What do they know? Don't you see 18-year-olds as too young to do a lot of stuff? I'm serious. And here's the bad part. Here is society's problem. At 14, they're like imbeciles, okay? And then 4 years later, they're adults. We got 4 years to get them ready, or, you got more than that, right? But at 12, they're still, learning how to tie their shoes almost. So 13, 14, 15, they get to be adults, and it seems to be too quick. So I'm all for 21. I didn't even think 18 it's not the drinking age, right? In some states it used to be. Is it all 21 now for drinking?
Yes.
Look, I'm telling you, the world's upside down. I look at an 18-year-old and I think, I don't think you know enough to vote. I don't think you know enough for anything, including the military
that's not
service.
fair. I was out in my own living, working my ass
Mark,
off.
did you
just
hear
like
what I
you,
just
Mark,
like
Bob?
Did you hear what I just said?
You're the exception to the rule.
So are
no,
you?
No,
then.
guys, you didn't even hear what I just said. I said back in the day, a few years ago, it was a whole bunch different. That 18-year-olds were way more mature. Now they're smarter but more immature. I swear to God. Yes, I'll grant you that kids are way smarter than we ever were at our age. Ever were. But they're more immature.
Well, I think what you're saying is they can retain and pick up more information, but that doesn't mean it's bad information. I don't think parents these days teach any kind of discipline when it comes to work habit, for example.
They have more access to information, too.
Okay, and you guys are all saying exactly what I just said. So it's amazing how you agree in a disagreeable way, Mark. I just said that. They have access to more information.
It's a talent.
They have information overload, but it still doesn't help their maturity. They're morons. Look at an average 18-year-old. For God's sake.
Some of that is the parents.
Mark, I was on my own at 14.
I know.
14.
I know.
14. Look
know.
at 14-year-olds today. A 14-year-old today, you got to tell them how to wipe their butts almost. It's amazing to me. Anyway, 303-713-TALK. God almighty, I didn't want to sound like my dad or my grandfather. It just happened. I got to go take a shower. More coming up.
Hurting your neck or back can be a serious hit to your happiness and way of life. Pain relief doesn't have to mean an endless cycle of medication and doctor visits. Spine One's effective, minimally invasive treatments for back, neck, and joint pain have helped Colorado live pain-free for more than 20 years. And with same-day appointments at Spine One, you can get the help you need today. If you're ready to get your life back from back pain, call Spine One today. 303-367-BACK or go online at spineone.com.
Don't put off an estate plan, whether it's a will, maybe a beneficiary's deed, a trust, or a combination of those. And if you don't know what they are, you definitely need to call Blake Harris. He'll answer all of your questions free of charge. No kidding. BlakeHarrisLaw.com. Here's where you call. 833-ASK-BLAKE. He truly will give you free legal advice. To avoid probate, or if you're facing probate, somebody just die, 833-ASK-BLAKE. And then when you hire him, he'll gladly quote upfront flat rate fees. That's BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE. And there's another attorney I'd love you to call, O'Brien Legal Services, and that's Brad O'Brien and his team. And they do real estate, everything real estate, whether it's looking over some documents for you for closing. Hey, they can keep you from making mistakes with disclosure statements, whether you're buying or selling. He can do adversarial actions if you need them. He can do border disputes, adverse possession, whatever it is, or just looking over documents and keeping you safe. OLSlaw.com, OLSlaw.com. That's Brad O'Brien at OLSlaw.com. And let me give you that number. It's 720-370-7388. Now, I've been talking about safe, secure investments almost the entire career. And this one has been around that long. In fact, I've known Joe almost that long at Become the Banker. It's very simple. It's very simple. You overfund life insurance, and the government allows it to grow tax-free. Now, they call it tax-deferred, but Joe Keano shows you how to make it tax-free. You use the money instead of credit cards. Pay yourself back and gain even more money for retirement, and then take it out tax-free. Find out more. It's real. BecomeTheBanker.org.
Yadira Carabeo is a dangerous Marxist.
Some idea that shit's really fucked up, but they don't. It's just mind-numbing.
But you know what, Mark? Before Columbine, you guys say 9/11. Nobody before 9/11 looked at somebody and take it.
That's true.
Before Columbine, nobody brought kids to take a gun and shoot up school.
We
right? I mean, there's some precedent.
we went through everything, man. We go through our kids' phones. When they're at school, I go through their rooms, top to bottom. We drug tested our kids. Both of them at one point had marijuana in their system, and both of them at that same point couldn't do shit till it was out of their system. And that solved it more than anything. I mean, you take a phone away for 15 days while pot's getting out of your system, and we just surprise drug test them. I mean, I just didn't give a fuck. I don't think fucking kids have a privacy deal.
It's Todd, but his real name is Ricardo.
Next time, stay home.
I have no idea who's here that day. I think it was Kelly.
I called.
Did he call again on Friday?
Their team of medical
Shouldn't have, because he's been emailed
to your house. They're the same caliber of people
that guy is like
you initially dealt with urgent care.
Kelly initially dealt with last week. Yeah, I'm gonna help him.
Well, a lot of it, that's what we did. The only time, once they tested
disability.
I think it was miles first.
It's not like he's bipolar.
Oh, I know why. We found a pipe, a marijuana pipe. Now I sound like my dad.
You know what an IEP is?
A pot pipe.
It's like where school sort of assesses you. So he said
what would they call it back in the day?
Growing up. Where, the individual education plan, he's 26 now, but he cannot, what's in his head,
we found that, then we drug tested.
He cannot translate appropriately.
And then that was the end of that, because of course the first answer was, oh, remember I had those kids sleep over for my birthday, one of them left it. Oh, I said, you know what, well then this will prove that, just go ahead and take this drug test here, and of course that was that. But then after that, while they were gone, I'd go through his room and shit. He never knew I went through it. But I'm looking for pot. Where's the pot? It's so easy to get now.
I've smoked marijuana literally one time in the past 30 years.
Order 24/7
at easycater.com. So my
This
son
is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by BlindShare.
Dad, you can't smoke marijuana. You're a doctor. You're going to have to do surgery on Monday. I took 2 drags on Friday afternoon. It's not going to be in my system Monday morning. He was so pissed at me because he thought I might have marijuana in my system when I was doing surgery. And literally, that was the only time in the past 30 years that I've used. I just don't like it. I don't like the way it tastes. I don't like the way it smells. I have no desire to use marijuana.
Shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. BlindShare blinds are
But give me some good heroin.
guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds.
I've never tried
Stay
heroin.
big. BlindShare.com.
Afternoons 2 to 4. It's Leland Conway.
There's an interesting byproduct of inflation. I like to call it deflation. It's package shrinkage. We'll talk about it. 205 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
How do you know when you're back on? I swear we used to be able to hear it.
I can turn the monitor up. I hate it.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. GarageMagic.com, GarageMagic.com for your garage floors. It's a great time to have it done. GarageMagic.com, a lifetime warranty, and up and down the entire front range. GarageMagic.com. Now, let's talk about other things. Like Christopher, we left off with a while ago, and we got off on discussions, but Christopher wants to talk about the insurance. And let's
Tom, Tom, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I've actually used Garage Magic, and these guys are rock.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So your auto insurance now.
Wonderful.
Now, the other party's insurance, you're dealing with the other party. So here's how I want you to deal with it. you have a real value of what your car's worth. Okay, now it's a lot of owners have an inflated value, but no matter what, it's usually more accurate than the insurance company or somewhere in between. What I'm getting at is this: if the other party caused damage to your car, do you understand they are directly responsible to you, not the insurance company? You don't have to screw around.
Let me hold you up right there.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I got the police report from Tennessee quicker than the local adjuster here in town could get it. And I actually forwarded it to her.
Now,
said,
where did the accident, Christopher? Where did the accident? This has nothing to do with it. Where did the accident take place? I don't care where the report was done or how long it took to get. Where was the accident?
Well, you know where Fairmount's at, right?
Okay, but what does Tennessee have to do with it? Is I guess what I'm really asking.
Well, all right, take that out of the equation.
Well, is the woman from out of state? It's important.
No. They were local. She was driving her mom's car, and then I get Bristol saying, "Well, they have double insurance. The girl has insurance, and
why was there a police report in Tennessee?"
Take that out.
Okay, Christopher. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say this.
Out.
What kind of car do you have? Just get right to it. What kind of car do you have?
08 Grand Caravan.
Okay. How many miles?
With extremely low miles.
How many?
44.
44,000. That's extremely low. Now.
That is extremely low.
Now.
And
okay. What are they offering you?
They're not. I can't get a hold of them.
All right, we'll have somebody. But listen, you shouldn't have to screw around with them. You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
It runs fine. It runs fine. We had no airbags or anything.
I know.
Okay,
listen. You have a value. What's the value of your van? You got to stay on target, bro. All of this other stuff doesn't matter. What's the total value of your van? What's the total value?
Probably 47.
Okay. What you need to do is institute a small claim against the other party directly. Forget about her insurance. You need to sue her for $4,700, and you need to get a judgment using the police report or whatever you have to substantiate that she was at fault. Do you have that?
I do.
Good. Now, you go to small claims court against her where she lives, and you sue her ass. When she gets that, she's going to say, what the hell's going on? Now, that insurance company is going to say, you can't sue her, we're blah, blah, blah. And you say, go to hell, I can sue her. Until I get paid, I'm going after her. I don't know why people get caught up in fighting other people's insurance company. You don't have to. Okay?
I don't want to. I'm going to go around it. I mean, if they have insurance, and we had double insurance. Her mom's got insurance.
Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
I did.
It doesn't matter where their coverage is. You have a claim for $4,700 against that driver, and the only way you're going to cut loose the insurance money is to threaten that other driver in court, and that other driver will then make holy hell noise to get the coverage to you. You don't go after the insurance company, you go after the other driver. I can't be any more clear than that. That's it. You keep getting sidetracked. You're sidetracked, bro. I am. How many times have I? Yes, I'm sure about that. Yes, I am. I am sure that if you go after the other driver and scare the hell out of her and you get a judgment, she's going to make crazy with the insurance companies.
She didn't have a pot to piss in, so.
Oh, my God. Okay, just put him on. He's not listening. Doesn't matter. Do you understand? You're not going to collect from her. I'm not telling you to collect from her. I am telling you to scare her and get a judgment. Then you go after collection, and she has no choice but to go to her insurance company. Can I say that again, or should I? Richard, you have a comment on today's kids. What's comment?
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. What are you doing?
So I was just gonna rant about my granddaughter.
Okay, go ahead.
Granddaughter, 15-year-old granddaughter. She failed 4 classes. She just started high school, and she told us that she couldn't go to class because she was too high. And she just turned 15 yesterday. Jimmy John's hired her on the spot, and she starts today as the cashier.
Well, that's good because that's where she's going to probably stay the rest of her life.
So what was the point of that call? I don't understand what he's saying.
I'm just saying you're right about a teenager.
Yeah. Now,
I do want to say something, though, Tom. There are people that started Jimmy John's, like it or not, and can work up to owning their own franchise and other things.
Well, of course they can, Mark. Of course they can. I understand that. I'm just saying
but not
that she doesn't sound, yeah, and she doesn't sound like she's ambitious. And listen, make no mistake, I don't know what it is about kids, but they are smarter. Now, some people are disputing that. They are smarter. We had more common sense and more horse sense, I call it. But, to close your mouth and put your head down in the rainstorm. But I don't know. There's a mixture of Our kids have a mixture of a highly developed brain and they're morons on the street.
And Richard, you're the grandfather. What? Don't you put this on your kid? Isn't that one of the people why she's failed 4 classes?
Her parents get high too.
Thank you.
I did it in high school myself.
And
I did in high school myself, but I graduated high school and did fine.
Here's another thing, Rich. Listen to this. How many kids do you know? And we don't have to mention any names, Mark, because I'm talking about both you and I. We don't want names mentioned. How many kids in their first year of driving do you know that got into accidents?
Well, I know in my son's first day of driving, he got into an accident.
Okay.
And Eric got in the first hour of driving.
Okay, we're all confessing about kids. Okay, if my daughter, now you tell me what she was doing if you think. She said she wasn't. But if she is in the drive-thru at Starbucks and runs into the person in front of her, what do you think she was doing?
Addie did it.
What was she doing?
Texting.
Yeah. Oh, no, she'll swear to God she wasn't, but what do you think? I mean, come on. How are you in Starbucks and you run into the person in front of you? How do you do it?
She was avoiding a homeless fella.
Texting. Yep.
Tom, you're right about kids being smarter, though, because the access to information is unbelievable. I mean,
but how can they be? This is why I don't understand. How can they be so smart? And they really are. I mean, they really are smart about certain things. But then you ask them something else, and it's like, huh? I've heard more of that in my life with my kids in high school. That, huh? Especially boys.
Because we learned those things from falling off the jungle gym, from wrecking on our bikes.
You know how my granddaughter adds?
How?
She goes to her phone. She goes to her phone.
Right. Anything they want to know, they Google. They're little smart asses. You're right.
Any of that stuff. She goes.
Do you know how many? Hold on. Do you know how many Googlers I have that around me that if I say something, little thumbs, and then they show you what? Oh my God!
I resemble that.
I mean, little Googlers. That's what they are. Anyway, thanks, Rich, for the comment. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Silverleaf Mortgage, a heart for seniors and people I can really recommend for reverse loans. I love the way they do business, and they will help you through the process, whether you want a lump sum or you want to receive monthly payments. And so many seniors are now turning to their equity because it's there. Why leave it? You can use it to stay in your home with assisted living at your home or to save your home if you're missing payments. SilverReverse.com. And let me give you that number here, okay? 720-REVERSE.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
At this point, you're going to be making good time on I-25, just some minor slow traffic northbound between Alameda and 23rd. Your I-70 drive looking pretty good overall. If you are east of I-25 through that construction zone, just use some extra caution and watch for some slower traffic here and there. At Pena Boulevard, we do have some slower traffic showing up southbound between Tower Road and East 40th Avenue. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a record-tying high today of 99. The old record set in 2006. Tonight's low 63, and then cooler for tomorrow with a high of 85. Currently, it's 94. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
If you're a valued customer, you deserve a simple gesture of appreciation from your credit card company. And that's why Discover matches all of the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
You know, you're going to hear a lot of attorneys, and they brag about how many big cases or a big case they settled. The truth of the matter is, honest to God, this is the truth by statistics. Not many cases are big, but there are many, many, many cases that are important. And you want someone who treats you for the importance, not necessarily for the money, and that's John Fuller. Now, he'll get you as much as you possibly can get. He really will. And he will treat you like a person and not just a number. My Accident Lawyer right here on the show can be your accident lawyer at myaccidentlawyer.co. 303-597-4500.
So something very important. In fact, I almost look at this kind of messaging as a public service announcement. If you're dealing with your insurance company, you got to have someone on your side. I personally use Matt with Paragon Services. My homeowner's company said I had zero hail damage. All my neighbors were getting new roofs. I got Matt involved. I ended up getting a check for $70,000. That adjuster your insurance company sends out has one goal: keep the claim down or deny it altogether. That's his job. You need someone on your side that knows your policy language. Matt and Paragon Services will read through your entire policy and attack them where they need to be attacked. I went from zero to $70,000. If you need help with a claim, even if it's been closed for up to 2 years, give Matt a call. You're going to be absolutely astonished how much money he can get you. 719-726-0020, 719-726-0020.
Dave Ramsey here for Water Pros. Let's talk about your water, a precious resource that's a part of life. Harmful cleaners, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals are dumped down the drain daily, and they don't just magically disappear. I trust Water Pros. Water treatment should not cost tens of thousands of dollars. Water Pros water treatment systems start at $21.95 installed. So contact Water Pros locally and veteran-owned, the experts I trust. Go to waterpros.net.
This week, Greta Van Susteren is back on cable news. Her new show just launched on Newsmax, America's fastest-growing cable news channel. Each night, Greta is proving that people want real news without the media spin. Her show is called The Record with Greta Van Susteren, and everyone is talking about it. Tune in at 6 p.m. Eastern as Greta broadcasts from Washington with the real news, giving you the facts you need to know. She's asking the tough questions the big media won't. Find out why millions are making the switch to Newsmax. It's on all major cable systems and streaming platforms. Make the switch and watch Greta Van Susteren tonight. Check your program guide or get info on her new show by texting the word Greta to 39747. That's Greta to 39747. Switch to Newsmax today. It's real news for real people. Texting enrolls for automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Imagine selling your home and getting paid twice? How's that even possible? To sell your home and get paid twice? You can with Orchard. It's simple. Orchard makes you a solid cash offer on your home. If you agree, boom, here's your cash. Orchard handles everything from there. Paint, repair, clean, list, and show your home. And if your old home sells for more than Orchard paid you for it, you get the upside cash. That bears repeating. When your old home sells for more than Orchard paid for it, you get paid again. And that happens 99% of the time with Orchard. Look, in this hot Denver market where there's so many home buying companies trying to lowball you, only Orchard pays you the upside when your old home sells for more. Want to get paid twice when you sell your home? I know I would. Learn how and get a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
I'm not exactly an expert on vehicle leasing, but I know this much. When you lease a vehicle, what you're basically paying for is the expected decline in the value of the vehicle over the lease term, plus a little extra for the interest on the money you're implicitly borrowing from the auto company. So when you get to a time when the car value at the end of the lease, known as the residual, is predicted to be fairly high, the lease payments will be relatively reasonable. This is part of the reason that now that my older kid will soon be driving, we went to Mini of Loveland and leased a new Mini Countryman. You can get great lease terms at all of the Elway dealers, whether you're looking at Cadillac or Chevrolet or BMW or, like us, Mini. And another cool thing about leasing is that you only end up paying sales tax on part of the vehicle's value, where you pay tax on the whole thing if you buy it. Let the Elway dealers explain more and get you into a new vehicle in a great new lease. Learn more at elwaydealers.com. That's elwaydealers.com.
Got hail damage? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. What's on your mind? We'll talk to you about anything you've got. Let's talk to Steve about the business credit card. Go ahead, Steve.
Hello, Tom. I have business accounts and business credit cards. And
with who?
I don't know
Steve?
Why? And I don't. I'm sorry.
Who is it with?
Oh, it doesn't really matter, Tom. It's across the board.
Okay, tell me about it.
My question is,
Yeah.
My question is, why can't I get a credit card statement that captures all the transactions in a calendar month? They won't do it.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean that doesn't capture your transactions in account? I don't get it.
My American Express does it.
Yeah, like what do you mean? Do you mean it's a billing cycle and not a month? Is it? Okay. The billing cycle does stop, I believe, a few days before the end of the month, and then it starts. Yeah, I know. Is that what you mean by that?
Yes, it is. That's exactly what I mean. Why can't
And in today's world, you know what? You're right. In today's world, there's absolutely no excuse. They used to have a lull like that so they could mail it out and get payments. Everything is mostly electronic. I mean, I don't know why they have billing cycles different than the regular month. I don't know. Bob, Mark, you guys got any thoughts?
The statements I get, so my due date on my Capital One business card might be the 5th. I don't know what it is. I'm just guessing. So, but when I actually get the statements and the statements build up, the statements are all January, February, March, April, May, June, July, just like yours, Tom. You have the same card I do.
Yeah, but they're not.
The date,
wait,
the cutoff date is not the last day of the month. It's some couple days before the last day of the month.
Like, Mark, if you made a purchase at the 29th or 30th of month, it would show up in your next month.
Yeah. Well, I have no idea. I mean, it will.
It will.
3 days later.
No, I understand that, but it shows up. I don't know why that's important to you, though, Steve. Why is that important?
Wait a second, Steve. Hold on. Because
I want a statement. I want a statement that I can use that captures all my expenses in a month, because I do financial statements on a monthly basis.
Steve, hold on a second, because credit cards work like this. If you swipe the card on a Monday, it's going to be sitting out there as pending until it actually turns into a charge, which can take 3 or 4 days depending on when that company actually batches it. And that is when it becomes money you owe, which could fall into the next month, even though you purchased it in the last month.
But Mark, he's not talking about that, although that's true too. You're right. But the billing cycle itself never goes to the end of the month. Honestly, it doesn't. It never does.
And I've asked banks.
By the way, the same with electric bills. Hold on, and water bills and everything else.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know why.
I've asked banks. I've called so many banks. And I said, can I please just get a statement that covers the calendar month? I want to see all the transactions.
Guys, what the hell's the difference? Who cares?
That's what I was going to ask. What
cares?
I'm going to tell you why. Because I'm trying to do financial statements on a monthly basis, and I would like my credit card statement to coincide without having to jump through a bunch of hoops.
But Steve, you mean you'd like to just download your credit card statement and use the raw numbers as opposed to regrouping some?
Yeah.
It would make it much simpler.
It would make it simpler. There are people, for example, I'm telling you, you buy stuff on a credit card toward the end of the year, and you are allowed to write it off. You are, even if it's not on your statement. I think you're confusing substance over form. And I mean that, Steve, meaning the substance of your financial is when you spent that money, which could be the 29th of the month. Nobody gives a rat's poop if the form of that shows up in the next month. If you're doing a financial statement for anyone who has any savvy, they understand that. I mean, if you want to put down all your expenses for a month, don't you keep track of that anyway? I mean, you can do that in a Quicken or in a, what is this other little thing I have? Yeah, in Quicken or QuickBooks or any other kind of little statement on your own. Why do you need the bank? You can go online and see the pending charges, but you can see when they were made and group them. I don't know. Is it that important?
Yeah, Tom, you can. For most credit cards, you can type in a custom date range too. So your paper statement might not coincide with the month, but you can go online and type in a custom date range.
The same with your checking account.
Right.
You can that with your checking account too, because checks are never in the order you write them. Never.
We got a break.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK. I don't know, Steve. Maybe someone has an answer, but they do have billing cycles different than the actual calendar months. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Traffic around Metro Denver actually looking pretty good right now for the most part. One accident on the board on I-25. It's southbound approaching 6th Avenue. It's partially blocking the off-ramp there. So just watch for some slower traffic kind of heading into downtown, but overall it's not too bad. 225 up to full speed, no issues either direction. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a record-tying high expected of 99. The old record set in 2006, tonight's low 63. And then a bit cooler for tomorrow with a high reaching 85. Currently it's 94. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Hey DQ fans, the new All-Star Summer Blizzard Treat lineup is here. With flavors like the Girl Scout Thin Mints, the new Oreo Dirt Pie, Caramel Fudge Cheesecake, Cotton Candy, and more. There's something for everybody. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
I can't tell you enough how much, oh my goodness, how much Colorado Pain Care has helped me. I've gotten a lot of emails lately on pain care and what they can treat, and if they treat neuropathy. They can. And if you tell them you have neuropathy, they're going to look for the root cause and they're going to treat the actual symptoms. They also do that for back pain and hip pain and knee pain and shoulder pain. Now listen, don't get me wrong, if you need more invasive therapies, they're going to do it. If you need less invasive, they're going to do it. They're going to try what works for you. ColoradoPainCare.com is the website, and you'll find out more about them and find a location for your next visit. Yeah, they have hours from 7 to 7, which makes it convenient. 303-GOT-PAIN. That's 303-GOT-PAIN. I love the liquid loan because it gives you options. For example, you can live in your house as long as you want, pay interest only, have a very low payment, then sell the house, pay off the loan, move on like most people do. There's no reason to pay principal. There really isn't. The only time you want to pay principal is if you're going to own the house. Stay there.
And
if
then
that's
thinking
the case,
of ways
you can pay it whenever you want. For example,
do it quicker.
You can stay there 5 years.
And then the quicker
pay
ways
interest only, then say,
end up taking
honey,
a lot longer
instead of moving,
because
I'd
they
like
don't
to
work.
stay here.
So you just go back and figure out.
Well, then you can make a lump
just go
sum
back and
principal
do it the
payment
way
right
you
then
know
and
it's
there.
going to work.
Or you can
And
pay
it's
it like
gonna
a
be a
regular
solid way
payment
to do it.
and pay it off sooner. The liquid loan lets you decide. You can
lesson
borrow money back.
is you never
If you have
challenge
equity,
somebody's
then you can
authority
pay it back. You can
directly.
do that balance
Because
up
if you
and
walk
down
to a
through the
cop,
life of the
a
loan.
TSA agent,
You can also keep money in the
somebody at
same
the
bank
airport,
which counts against your average daily balance.
Prove to you
it's amazing.
They have the power
TheLiquidLoan.com. It is absolutely amazing.
It's going to be trouble.
I go to affordable interest mortgage for that loan. 720-895-0500.
You got to challenge. You can't
Mitch
challenge
Floria
people
at
like
the
that.
Art of Granite loves his values. He does a bunch of natural stone. He has a beautiful showroom in Golden. You can call for more information on that. But what he really does is he really helps you in your selection, whether it's natural stone, any man-made material. He has it all. TheArtofGranite.com. And he'll do prices on the phone that are so close. That's what I love. He's proud of his value. Tear out in Holloway is always free. And when you do the bathroom, he'll do the kitchen. When you do the kitchen, he'll do the bathroom vanity free of charge. 303-386-5919. Get your price. 303-386-5919.
What if you could
Friday, I noticed our tags were going to be going out on our new Genesis, the temporaries, and I haven't got my postcard yet. So I call up McDonald Hyundai, and, the secretary, or excuse me, whatever, the receptionist answers. And I said, hey, I don't know who I talked to, whether sales or, I have no idea who I talked to, but I need another temp. Can you guys just email it to me or whatever?
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name?
So she's got me on hold for like 5 minutes, and the next thing I hear is, your call is being answered by Viex or whatever. Just a generic voicemail. So I hang up and I call back and I say, hey, it just went to a generic voicemail. If I leave a message here and never hear back, I don't even know, I can't even tell someone who I left a message with. Is there a person I can talk to? This time I was on hold for about 10 minutes. Now, I want to preference this. I just got back from my second colonoscopy, and I'm still on fucking fentanyl. Okay? Suzanne's driving and shit.
You're a little grumpy.
I'm fucking real grumpy. So, the fourth time I call back, each time I'm sent to a BIA, that's what it was called, generic voicemail. And the last time I had to wait like 10 minutes, I fucking blew my top, boy. I blew my top to this poor woman. You couldn't believe it. And then she sends me over to the fucking GM or the sales manager. I forget who. Now remember, I bought at least 10 cars from these guys, brand new, and I have probably sent them fucking 50 customers, if not a lot more, that I don't even know about. I said, you fucking asshole. I fucking blew up on this guy like you wouldn't believe. So he sends me over to who I'm supposed to talk to. They drop everything. They send me an email, and I can print out the thing. I calm down. I realize I'm like way out of my skull. I haven't been this mad for so long. It didn't even feel normal. This wasn't like mad when I'm on the radio or mad when I'm like arguing with anybody. I was fucking furious. And I start realizing, holy shit, man, I'm on these drugs and shit. They just stopped the fucking bleeding from this. I just left surgery. So I emailed the guy back who finally sent it to me, who I know. And the last guy I talked to, the GM, he's like, man, I can't believe you're this upset. First of all, he goes, you have my cell phone, you've got so-and-so's cell phone. You can contact any of us 24 hours a day if you want. You're coming through our switchboard. She doesn't know what to do. So, So I email back an apology. What I would refer to as an apology at that time. I'm sorry, I'm on fentanyl, which probably doesn't sound good. And I just left a colonoscopy. I just realized it sucked. But I said, she kept doing the same thing over and over. She put me on hold for 5-10 minutes and then repeat the exact same thing she did before. And it just drove me insane. But I do apologize. I went too far. So, I have this warranty issue that came up on our trip that I forgot to call. So I called them to schedule an appointment.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I am your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Steve's got a comment on that credit card billing cycle. A guy called and was really pissed off that they don't have a monthly billing cycle like months. I kind of agree with him, actually. I think that, I do agree with him. So, what's going on, man? What do you think?
35 minutes.
Hi, Tom. How are you today?
I'm doing good, thanks. What's happening with you?
An emergency.
Listen, Tom, I own a transmission shop, and I kind of see what he's saying. A lot of my charges I run through the credit card.
Every single one.
I have U.S. Bank, so it goes from like the 18th to the 18th of the month.
Yeah.
So my books would never match. So what I end up doing is I put it, I fudge the charge. I get my bank statement, or when I get my normal credit card charges, I make my entries through QuickBooks. And whatever month that I want to put them in, I put them at the I make the entry of the very last day for the month that it belongs into. And that's how I control that my balance, balance sheets all match up. So I just fudge it in QuickBooks. I know what month the actual charge was, but if it belongs in the other month, usually buying parts from dealers, they're 30 days out, so I put my charge at the very last day. So when I go through my books, I go, oh yeah, I know that was the month before.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So my entries belong in the correct month if that's what he's trying to do. So that works for me, and then my P&Ls all match.
Yeah,
so
I think
he might want to try.
Yeah, that's exactly what we told him, or kind of like that. A lot of people like downloading statements directly, and that's going to mess you up if they don't coincide. And I do that. I have my American Express and my credit cards actually download to QuickBooks, and they cut you off so they won't show an expense in a certain month. But I can't see how that affects you other than the end of the month. But he says he does financial.
It really doesn't.
He says he does financial statements monthly. Why does anyone have to do financial statements monthly, by the way? I didn't even know. That sounds like
I don't think so.
The only time I've heard of financial statements. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I just think he's trying to look at his P&Ls, like 6-month projection or whatever, and he says how he did in February, March. That's how I kind of do it. And it's not perfect, but it makes it match a lot better.
Yeah.
For example, like my advertising I do with Google, they're a month in arrears, but I know it belongs in this month, so I just put it at the last day when I make
I get it. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
How I do it. So,
thank you. Thank you.
Tom,
also,
have a great day, and, go ahead.
What were you going to say?
I'm just going to give myself a plug since I'm on the air. We own AC Transmission in Denver. Look at our Google reviews. We've been in business over 50 years, and we're a really honest shop, and we do a great job.
Man, we're always looking for good people, Steve. Honest to God, we're the cheapest advertising in the world. I swear to you, we are.
Well,
there's no one's cheaper than Referral List, and we're looking for good people. Mark, you ought to talk to him.
Yes,
listen, I want to say
his number.
No, seriously, I want to say something else here. Tim, he's got a problem. He's been waiting a while. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Tim. I'm sorry you dropped off, so we got you back. What's going on, man?
Tim. Yeah.
What's going on with your VA? Hey, Doc, did you look at those records he dropped off?
What records?
I
glanced through them. Those are all the detailed records of from the time that I went in with the nosebleed.
Remember that?
On the desk
Yeah.
You remember that was a crazy one. You went in. Let's talk about that. Tim went into VA. Tim, you went into the VA with a nosebleed, and what did they do to you?
All right, put your hat on. When I went to the VA,
I've never heard. What does that mean? Hold on. What does that mean? Put your hat on.
I don't know.
It means you're going to be here a while.
No. Let him tell it really quick. Tell your story, Tim. What happened to you? It's outrageous. Go ahead.
I walked into the emergency room of the VA. I had a nosebleed. It wouldn't stop. They tried to stop it. So what they did, they transferred me to another hospital downtown someplace. After they tried to stop the nosebleed, then they brought me back to the VA, and that's where I had the hip surgery.
And he didn't need a hip. He absolutely did not
need a hip surgery. I walked into the VA.
But we wanted those.
I find very hard to swallow.
Mark, we looked into it. He's telling the truth. He's got the records there. I want to get one of our attorneys on. Seriously.
Where are the records?
In the office.
They're in our office. Hold on a second, because I also would like to get Ben Dinelli on. I would see if he's around. Hold on.
Don't miss the Tree Farm's Father's Day sale, going on now. Get Dad a big 5-year-old Colorado fruit tree for only $199.99. Choose from apple, cherry, peach, or pear. 4 to 5 foot fat Albertwood Colorado spruce tree is now $299.99. Family owned and cared for since 1980, the Tree Farm always has free professional loading. Just bring your vehicle. Now through Father's Day at the Tree Farm.
You
Come
take
see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Failed progressive policies have left Colorado's middle class reeling. I'm Tim Reichert. I'm running for Congress in Colorado 7 to restore the middle class and put the American dream within reach. I'm an economist with solutions to rebuild our economy, secure the border, and stop the flow of fentanyl into our communities. I'm Tim Reichert, candidate for Congress, and I approve this message. I ask for your vote in the Republican primary on June 28th.
Paid for by Tim Reichert for Congress.
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Owen Lopez. Former Trump Attorney General Bill Barr appearing in recorded testimony before the January 6th committee, recalling conversations with Trump about conspiracy theories that the 2020 election was stolen.
I was somewhat demoralized because I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality.
Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner testifying that he tried to steer the former president away from attorney Rudy Giuliani and his far-flung theories of voter fraud. 3 military aircraft accidents this month, 2 of them deadly, have prompted a safety pause by the Navy today. Many non-essential flights are being grounded so that risk management practices can be reviewed. Recession fears hammering markets today. The S&P 500 has been trading today at bear market levels. This is ABC News. Grim news about 2 journalists who disappeared this month in Brazil.
The wife of British journalist Dom Phillips confirms to ABC News that the bodies of her husband and indigenous expert Bruno Pereira were found in a remote area of the Amazon, where the 2 men were traveling by boat on a reporting trip. Brazilian police have yet to confirm the grim discovery, but said they found personal items belonging to the pair, as well as, quote, biological material that's being examined. Both men had reportedly received threats for their work supporting indigenous rights in the region, an area plagued by illegal fishing and poaching. Claire Bauer, ABC News, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
Triple-digit heat gripping much of the U.S. from the southeast to the west. 37 large wildfires scorching states from Alaska to New Mexico. Lunch with billionaire Warren Buffett on the auction block for the last time. Bidding already topping more than $2 million. The money going to a homeless charity. Owen Lopez, ABC News.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly, all for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Tracy, line 1 is looking for a quote on a mini split.
Crazy spring temperatures are heating up Dwight HVAC phone lines.
Next week we're booked solid.
If they don't find more technicians, they'll be in hot water.
How are we down 3 technicians in the past 3 weeks?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
Stuff. So a week goes by, and she walks back into the store where she bought stuff, and that woman was there. Well, that woman that shushed her at the other store is the owner and owns both of them.
Want to say everything about the Spongeworthy story? Listen, so are you familiar with Seinfeld? The Spongeworthy story? All right, so a couple of years ago, I'm dating this woman, and we're texting back and forth.
All right, that's the part I don't believe.
So calls her friends up
now
and
8.3,
says,
as you
"Does she
said,
want to take a
lower
bath
than
with
the
me?"
national average of
And
8.6.
she was the only woman in Denver who didn't know what it meant.
The inflation relief is coming from our competitive gas prices. He says that's because we have a refinery.
Didn't know what
I
meant.
assumed everybody knew what that meant.
With 7 locations is closed.
I know, Sponge.
Can they hear me?
Why'd they recall those? Do you have any clue?
Because they weren't as effective as they said they were. And they were causing some infections.
Regulations limiting
Oh.
daily medical marijuana purchases.
Hey, man.
As well as
Oh, no, I'm just curious what Doc was talking about. You want to take a bath with me, did he say?
Take a bath with you?
No, what was Doc saying about the woman?
Doc, what were you saying about the woman?
That she didn't know what?
I have no idea what Tom's talking about.
He was saying, I thought everyone knew about it. What is he talking about?
Oh, Spongeworthy from Seinfeld.
Oh.
When Elaine only had a case of,
So, Tom, I texted one of my ex-girlfriends when I was going out with her. I said, "Am I Spongeworthy?"
I get it.
And she thought I wanted to take a bath with her.
And that's when he got kicked off a match.
What the hell?
Doc actually got kicked off of Match.com. I love that story. I don't like giving any context to it, though.
I know.
Take a bath, huh?
Sunny tomorrow,
That's right.
84, Wednesday sunny and 87. Right now it's 91. With your impact traffic and weather,
Spongeworthy.
Mitchell 6:30.
She buys. I like when she goes into the pharmacy. She goes, "You do? Well, I'll take 10. Wait, make that 20. How many's in a case? Okay, give me all."
Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
So somebody usurped my profile or my picture or something on Match. And so they just sent me an email saying you are, whatever the word is, ghosted or discontinued from Match.
No longer do you have
And
to choose.
the only way they will tell you
or the
why
best
is
price for
if
your home.
you take them, if you have to
Tell you
get a
about
subpoena,
a
you
recent
take them to
Orchard
court.
customer. Rudy's home sold on the market.
Isn't that crazy?
Now I gotta put Spongeworthy
I-
on your profile.
I mean,
Had he gone to a home
Spongeworthy.
see my
he would have
profile.
missed
I
out
would
on
let my
that
mother
extra
see.
money.
I have never said anything
He got more
on
cash
Match
at
to a woman
closing.
other than,
Rudy's story isn't unique.
"I'm sorry, I don't think
99
this
out
is
of
going to work.
100 Orchard
You know,
customers
I
sell
wish you
on
well with
market
your
for
next."
more than their cash
I
offer.
mean,
Getting
there's
started
nothing I've
is
ever
easy.
said
You go
on Match
online and
that
enter
any-
your address at
that even
orchards.com.
a priest would
Takes
get
just a couple
embarrassed.
minutes and let you
Totally
skip home
not.
listing hassle.
So I think
If you're
somebody
thinking
just
about selling or just curious what
usurped
Orchard
part of
would
my
pay for your
profile
home,
or whatever
get
they
a no
did,
cost, no
and
obligation
it,
offer
came
at
back on me.
orchard.com.
You Doc from
That's
Martino Show.
orchard.com.
Address hair loss.
But the fact that they won't tell you,
The
I think is really wrong.
All right, here we go. Back to program.
I think it was because of the dick pics you were sending.
Well, yeah, but that's a different story.
Deflation. It's package shrinkage. We'll talk about it. 205 630 K-How, Denver's talk station.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2022 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. We've had a mixed bag of things today, and I'll tell you what, it all comes down to this. Our kids, both smarter and more stupid than we were. Yes, they are smarter in some areas and way more vacant in others. And more kids, I talk to insurance people, are getting into accidents in their very first year, most of the time in their very first 6 months of getting a license. It's amazing to me. All right, then we've had various complaints today, like buying a home and having on a disclosure statement something that says loose wire or wire needs to be connected for air conditioner to work. Now, what person would not do more inquiry on that? What I'm serious now, honest to God, if you saw that on an inspection report, what would you say? wouldn't you at least say, what wire are you talking about? You know, Bob is with us from Plumline Services, plumlineservices.com. They've been such a long-time sponsor of mine with plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Bob, what would you see? If you saw that on an inspection report, what would you say?
Well, now, because of my age and experience, I would ask questions. But Tom, as I remember back when I was a young homeowner, it's overwhelming. And you trust your realtors telling you the truth. You trust the inspectors telling you the truth, and you don't know what you don't know.
That's true.
I get it. And I remember moving into my first home. It was a clean inspection, and there were multiple things wrong.
Okay, so anyway, that was one of the discussions, and then let's move on to other things. We had Tim. Now this story with Tim, by the way, I wanted to get him back on after Deputy Doc looked at some of these records, not as a medical doctor. Well, yes, as a medical doctor, but not to see what to do, because we're going to get an attorney on for that. But I wanted to see if Doc saw any evidence that they did the proper diagnostics.
Tom,
yes.
The guy dropped off no less than 3 reams of paper. It would take a law office to go through what he dropped off.
Here's the way I go through records, and this is the way lawyers do it. This is the way everybody does it. You first do chronological by date. That's the very first thing you do. Then within the date, you do chronological by date is really good. And then you take a black magic marker, and on the top of the corners, you write the subject matter. And then you put it like by subject matter and by date. But what you do, and if you can scan them, all the better. But the bottom line is this. I want to tell people this because I looked into this. He is not lying. He's not exaggerating. And they don't have good answers for it, according to him. But this guy went to the VA hospital with a nosebleed. It would not stop. He walked in. He's a healthy. How old are you, bro? How old are you again? Tim? You there, Tim? Bring him up, please, the one with the VA issue.
Hey, Tom, I just want to mention, he left it in a plastic bag that looked like somebody's lunch or some snacks or something. There was no way for me to know that it was inside a
Popeye's chicken bag.
Yeah, all right,
Popeye's
just
chicken
hold
bag.
on. Can somebody bring Tim up, please? A-Rod, can you bring...
He's on.
Tim.
I'm on.
How old are you?
I'm 70, Tom.
Okay. Now, before you went into that hospital, were you pretty vibrant and you walked and you were active?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, you went for his nosebleed. Where did they transfer you? Was it what hospital?
It was I'm not sure about the hospital downtown, but I'm transferred in an ambulance.
Right. And then when they stopped your nosebleed, they sent you back to VA. How long were you at that downtown hospital?
I think a couple of days or either a day.
Okay, then you
stopped the nosebleed, and I came right back.
When you went back to VA, did they do any X-rays or MRIs or anything?
I don't remember them doing no X-rays.
Then you say
I was on the ward.
Now, when they take you in for surgery, what didn't you say? Didn't you ask them what the hell they're doing? Because here's when I had surgery. Listen to this, okay, carefully, because they even asked this. Like when I had a knee done, I just had a meniscus. It wasn't like a replacement. But I had, and Doc, maybe you can vouch for this. Before surgery, I had no less than 3 or 4 people come in and say, "Now, what's being worked on today?" And they mark it with a marker, and they want you to tell them what's being done today. Do you know what's being done?
100% of the time, Tom.
Yeah. So, and they come in 3 or 4 times. So I have to believe, Tim, someone came in and said, "Tim, now what are we doing today? We're replacing which hip is it, left or right or whatever?" And then they mark it and they talk to you about it. In fact, the surgeon sometimes comes in and lets you know what he's going to be doing. You're telling me that you went back to VA after having a nosebleed and you woke up a few days later with a new hip.
Yes.
Something missing in that story, Tom.
Did you need a hip but just didn't want it?
No, he never had pain, never had a hip problem, never went to a doctor for it, ever.
I walked into the emergency room with a nosebleed.
I find this, no offense, man, I find this so crazy.
Hey, listen, listen, and 70, he's not an old man by today's standards. Look at Talib.
Or you.
Well, yeah, but I'm not his age. I'm still 2 years younger. Watch it, buddy.
And I'm a lot older than him.
No, but think about this. How can they replace a hip without him knowing what's going on?
There's something missing in this story, Tom. I will look, now that I've found the records, I will look through them, and I can't imagine that there's any kind of surgery done without a consent form. It's
okay, hold on. Doc, let me ask you this. If you're going to replace a hip in somebody, I doubt they take every aspect of your hip and give you just 100% fake hip. Don't you have to get MRIs and they know what they're going to do before they go in?
Absolutely.
Well, yes, that's why I asked. Did they do any diagnostic work? Or did they mix you up with someone else, Tim? Help us understand. Help us help you.
I'm trying to get you to understand. Only thing I remember is going into the hospital with the nosebleed, going to another hospital, and coming back to the VA. And next thing I know, I'm locked into the bed with alarms on it. They say I keep trying to get up. I said, "Why come I can't get up?"
Are you no offense, but are you a big drinker?
No.
No, sir. No alcohol, no drugs. I've been through them programs before.
Then well, how long ago were you in those programs?
Friday?
13 years ago. I'm a Vietnam vet.
Listen,
I've been
Tim.
up in Minnesota, Montana, Arizona, all them places through them different programs.
Tim, I believe you, man. Now, but I can't understand how you go back to the hospital after they fixed your nosebleed, and the first question I would have is, when can I go home? To which they would say, well, did you ask when can I go home?
Listen, he forgets days. Tom, he forgets days. Maybe they fixed the nosebleed. He took a tumble leaving or something happened. The hip got broke and they had to go in and do surgery.
They still would need diagnostic tests and a consent form.
Tim, do you have any
consent form?
Tim, but here's what I need to know. You go back to the hospital, the VA, after this other hospital fixed your nose, okay?
Right.
They took you to a room, right?
Right.
Do you remember that?
I remember taking me to a room.
Okay, now hold on.
All I remember.
Okay, and then after that, it's hazy.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know how I got locked into the bed. I don't know how.
Okay.
Alarms all
Let me ask you something, Doc. If he was taken back to VA and they took him, they put him in bed, and they thought he needed a hip or whatever, and they give him Versed, wouldn't that make you, doesn't that even make you forget sometimes before they give you that drug?
Tom, they would never give him any drug before he signed a consent form. And as you say, he would also have diagnostic tests. He would need an MRI to evaluate the hip. And then they would have, like, 3 or 4 people come in and say, this is what we're going to do. And they would never give him any medication.
Okay, hold on. I got to ask
form.
some more questions. People, I want to ask some more questions. Hang on, Tim.
Tom, real quick. Do you remember the people you sent me out to the house where the mailman was stealing their house?
Stop. Mark is making reference to a couple that were delusional and having literally, they thought somebody was taking all their money. He's kind of saying that Tim is making all this up in his head. I doubt it. He has a new hip. Look at his medical records. That's the point. Hold on. We got more coming up.
Don't miss the Tree Farm's Father's Day sale. Going on now. Take Dad to the Tree Farm and save big on thousands of trees, shrubs, perennials, and more. Choose from a huge selection of shade trees, flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, privacy screens, ornamental trees, and also big savings on thousands of shrubs. Now through Father's Day at the Tree Farm near Longmont.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
I love Zero Res for cleaning carpets. You know what I love about them? I like to say this.
Before anything is done, when I'm sitting
what
there,
I mean is, they don't have anything in their cleaning solution except empowered water. And before you think that's not durable, that's not effective.
It has to work that way.
My goodness, it is. For example,
in all the surgeries I've
they
done,
have patents
the past
on
40
this
years.
I think I suspect it's super soft and also charged about one, but man, does it clean the germs and pathogens, the stains, with no soap, shampoos, or chemicals. What I love about it, it's safe and effective. Oh my goodness.
But he would have had to have, he still would have had an MRI and other stuff. And then you got to think, it's a 70-year-old, so he'd have to be mixed up with someone pretty close to his age.
ZeroResDenver.com. ZeroResDenver.com.
Now you sound like me. You're saying it never happened?
5150.
Never say never.
Plus, the guy just
Blake
sounds,
Harris Law.
He does not sound lucid. The guy sounds
Blake
wacky.
Harris is an estate planning attorney. He can do a simple will. He can do a trust. He can do a
I got
combination.
a wacky detector, man.
Deed,
in fact,
maybe a payable
I could
on
tell
death
when you were walking in the building.
POD for a bank account. Whatever you need, he can do. But what do you need?
Also, it
Ask
would
him
be very,
first,
very
free of
unusual
charge. He'll answer all of your questions.
With the
and
wrong
then
patient,
flat rate
wrong
pricing for
limb,
anything you hire him to do.
Just
But
for
the answers are free.
my procedure the other day, both times. But you show up, they put a
You heard me
wristband
talk
on
about
you.
the
Then,
liquid loan.
before they'll even
I
give
love
you,
this
I'm
loan.
not talking about
It's
the
a simple
fentanyl, but
interest
before
loan.
they'll
You don't
even
pay all
give
the
you
interest
just
up
a
front like
sedative,
regular loans.
they bring up the
That
consent
means
form
you
that
can
you,
pay
why
interest
are you
only
here?
if you
What are
want.
we
And have
going to
a
do?
very
Make
low
sure you
payment. If you're
understand
not gonna stay
everything.
in the house,
Then
why
you
pay
sign the
principal?
cassette.
Why
Then
pay
they
a few
handed
bucks
me
on
the Valium,
principal
which calmed me down. And then they
And then
bring
if
you
you
into the
decide to
place.
stay
I
in the
mean,
house, you
and
can
then
pay
they
down that principal
scan the
anytime you want.
bracelet to
1,000
make sure
here,
you are
1,000
who
there.
you are.
Then you need the money back, you can borrow it back. Depending on your equity, you can have a big line of credit.
And it says, needs hip
it's
replacement.
30 years. Think about it.
Incidental finding.
You are in control of this
Unsure
loan,
of
the liquid loan.
blah, blah, blah.
Any money you keep in the bank even
Court
counts
has
against your
a-
average daily balance for less interest. You got to check this out. It's unbelievable.
Schedule-
TheLiquidLoan.com.
Yeah.
only from
Troubleshooter show,
Affordable
please open
Interest
it.
Mortgage.
So it's right there.
720-895.
Yeah, but I'm just saying here.
Let me pull it out.
But don't get it out of.
Consumer advocate Tom Martino. For Ideal Home Loans, there's still reason
Unsure of
to
the bank.
with
Yeah.
Ideal
Went to
Home Loans,
OR,
interest rate
half
guaranteed.
for
If rates go
partial
down, they refi
hip.
it free of
Right.
charge.
Reports
303-867-7000.
has not had bowel
Get rid
movement
of
in
high
3
interest
days.
debt. Remind
Mildly
instead of
distended
losing, provide
abdomen
you with
on
their
exam.
exclusive
Surgical
free
site with
approval. Put you
dressing.
at par with cash
Noted by
buyers.
ortho to have serious output
303-867-7000.
from
Every
incision
loan
site. No other
customized.
signs of
Troubleshooter show, what is
First
your
they
first
listen, then they
name?
lend. Ideal
No, that
Home
just proves that
Loans.com.
he had the hip done.
303-867-7000. Slow drains only get
But no, it's
online
the assessment
Yeah.
and plan.
93
Right.
free. If
That's
they
not
can't
saying
do
he had it done. That's saying that's what's wrong with him.
No, it says it was done. He says here.
Online does all major drain work directly, no third parties. And if you've been told you need
Yeah,
one, get a
it says
second opinion.
went to OR for partial hip arthroplasty. And then after, he's not had a bowel movement in 3 days.
Oh, so he came back. He came back to the hospital after the hip replacement for this stuff.
Well, no. This is post-op.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
So he had the hip done.
And then there was
he
follow-up.
couldn't shit, basically, and he went back in.
No, he didn't go back in.
Hit it.
This is just, it's not unusual after someone's had anesthesia, have a little bowel problem. So just saying you said
Yeah, there is.
mild
It's
distended
crazy.
abdomen, blah, blah, blah. Surgical site, okay, have serious outfits, no. This is post-surgery.
So where do we find if he needed the hip?
Can be like
Well,
trying to
I'm
find
just
a
saying,
needle in a haystack. But
We know he had it, is what you're saying.
It's powerful technology.
Or he had a partial, whatever the hell.
Invites qualified candidates to apply
Usually
to
when
your
I
job.
do hip
So while other
replacements,
Patient also
I tackle them in a whole different way.
patient also having worsening delirium.
Employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get
Did Mark's crazy monitor work again?
Multifactorial with possible etiology, blah, blah, blah.
I'm going to have you read that, especially the delusional part.
No, not yet. Let me look over the whole medical.
He's delusional.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to have you explain this to Deputy Doc. Sir, what is
All
your
right,
phone
I'm going
number?
to steal your thunder. I'm going to say,
Go ahead.
Doc just read that he's delusional.
No, that he has some delirium.
Is it unusual that my doctor wants to do a colonoscopy
Check out Indeed.
Last 44079, you said, sir?
Depend on the amount of polyps.
Your candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Tom Martino here. 13Talk, 713-8255. RealCBDThatWorks.com will get you out of pain. It's great stuff. It also helps with anxiety. A lot of people use it for traveling. Panacea Life in Golden. You can order using my name, Tom, and the promo code, get 30% off. You can get any form you want, even cosmetics with CBD properties for anti-inflammatory stuff. It's great for eye makeup, the eye serums. That's realcbdthatworks.com. Okay, so you were looking over some of these documents during the break. Of course, we can't examine them all, but Tim, it's an amazing story. He goes in for a nosebleed, ends up with a new hip. That's what, and he said he didn't need a hip. He went there for a nosebleed. Tim.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I want to ask you something seriously now, and I don't want to make this funny. Were you ever diagnosed with a mental illness?
Yes, after I come out of Vietnam.
Okay, what kind of mental illness? Was it PTSD or what?
PTSD, yes, sir.
Anything else?
They're all they're in my medical records.
Do we have permission? Do we have permission to talk about your medical records?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mark, Doc, what did you see on a cursory look? Guys, I guess they're not on.
We're on.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, guys, Mark,
Yes.
Doc,
Yes.
what did you see?
He's delirious.
Okay, no.
Well, no, excuse me. I don't believe the word was delirious, Mark.
He was delirium.
There are signs that he was suffering from some delirium. He did have a hip replacement. I just looked quickly at the notes, and he was post-op. It indicates that he did have a hip replacement, and he was suffering from some delirium post-operatively. That was just from one page of the notes. I need some time to go through the entire records to find out exactly what the process was, but I will do that.
Yeah, because here's what we're going to find, or we should. There had to have been a diagnostic procedure.
Absolutely.
Now, let me ask you something. If you're in a diagnostic procedure and you see that you need to do a hip on this guy and he can't sign consent forms, what do you do? Because he's in delirium, whatever that means. I thought it was delusional, but go ahead.
They would probably have to find out if anybody has power of attorney for him.
If they can't find that, I mean, Tim, did anyone sign for you for anything?
No, sir.
Do you have any relatives?
I'm from Oklahoma. I have no relatives around me that has the power of attorney.
Does anyone look after you, Tim?
I looked after myself.
All right. All right. Well, I don't know. We're going to look at your records, Tim, and we're going to follow this along. I'll tell you, there are a lot of people waiting to hear what happens. Hold on.
Thank you.
All right, man. Hold on. And we'll put you on hold, and I'm going to give this to Deputy Doc. And Deputy Doc, we're calling it VA hip screw-up. Now, it may not be a screw-up, but it's a screw-up no matter what. I mean, because he doesn't know what's going on. So I'll call it a screw-up on his part or theirs. Okay, now, let's talk. Tim, the other Tim, about his car. What's going on, Tim?
Yes, my friend had his F-150 rear-ended.
Your friend, okay. Okay, an F-150, was it a newer or an old one, Tim?
Maybe 6 years old.
Okay.
And the damage was $14,000. The other person's insurance was Progressive. We all know that's terrible. They are going to total the car, pay off his loan, which is about $10,000, and he has no car.
Okay. Well, they're going to pay off his loan, right?
Yeah, but now he only owes $10,000.
Now, but hold on. Are they valuing that Ford F-150 properly?
I don't think they are. I suggested he gets a public adjuster, but I don't know if I'm...
Well, you can't. They're not called public adjusters. They should be called that. We have someone on the referral list that helps to find the value. Tell us about that Ford 150. How many miles?
I'm going to guess around 120.
About 120?
Yeah.
And how long has he had it?
He's the original owner. So, 6 years?
So he bought it, what, roughly, in 16?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Well, we got to know more exact than that. And all they have to do is give him what it's worth. But that's it. I mean, you say he doesn't have a truck, but he also doesn't have a $10,000 loan. Now, I'm not saying 10 grand is the right price for that truck. I don't know. Was it a four-wheel drive?
Yep.
Well, 10,000.
Should I like Shelley Blue Book it and see what the max amount that he could get in excellent condition, and then
we need more specifics. But what he needs to do, Mark, tell him.
He needs to call our friends at Petty Details. That's what he needs to do.
Petty Details. Okay. You know what they do?
They give free advice, and then if you really need to hire them, you can hire them. But they'll give you free advice over the phone. It's pretty crazy.
But I thought the problem was that the loan was higher than the value of the car, leaving his friend without a car. I thought that was the initial issue.
Well, Petty Details can help.
Well, hold on.
Vehicle's
what
worth.
are you talking about, Sue? What did you just say? I don't understand.
Well, I think there was more owed on the car than it was worth, so they're totaling the car, paying off the loan.
No, he said, yeah, but if they pay off the loan, then he doesn't have a car. I understand that, but he doesn't have a loan.
I understand how that could happen. I was just trying to clarify.
Well, it's easy. There are a lot of people upside down in their cars. A lot of people. That's easy. So if they paid off the loan, and he doesn't have any equity, that happens all the time. But we just have to discern, is it fair or not? That's the bottom line. Is it fair or not? And we can find that out. Petty Details can help you. Now, after Tim, we have open lines. It's important that you know that. 303-713-TALK.
And we have an update coming, Tom. Doc found some more paperwork.
Ooh, hold on.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon, 6:30. KHOW.
Well, they're back here. Here. What do you got plugged in? I don't know why it's
Sponsored by Indeed.com.
And an afternoon accident southbound I-25. This one's
you got a paper clip? Put up.
Avenue in the
Push
right
a
lane.
paper clip.
Traffic's backed up to Colfax. Other than that, just dealing with some slow speeds out on the highways.
We all had to at one point. We're all stupid.
From 6th Avenue down to Alameda.
It's like even putting your tongue on a 9-volt, even though it's not that big, you generally still only do it once, right?
Through Commerce City. Your Fox 31 pin.
Did you really? Not me. I do not like that feeling.
90s breezy, gusts as high as 30 miles an hour. Mostly clear tonight. 55 still windy. 30 miles an hour. Sunny tomorrow. 84.
Oh my God! Or how about other places? Or how about where they stretch your ear out?
30K out.
Second half of the year looking busier.
Like this.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
The gauge is like, how do they do that?
It's gradual. But your earlobe is not like your penis or your tongue.
It'll never fix, though, right? I mean, if you really...
Who'd have thunk that I'd have two commercials back to back from people I hope you never need?
I know parents that have allowed
American
their kids
Restoration
to get
24/7.
at under 18.
A fire, a flood,
and I
a
find
broken
that,
pipe,
I find it
asbestos,
so stupid.
a meth lab maybe in one of your rentals, unattended death,
I
crime,
can't tell you how many
whatever it is that insulted
kids
your
I see
property,
who are
don't
in
get
the
insulted twice.
25 to
Don't
40 age group
be left with a bad restoration company.
I mean, up and
Chances
down.
are, if you just call or Google, you'll find one. But you can find a great one if you followed my advice. American Restoration 24/7. Rock and his team are rock solid. Good people. They have all the EPA certifications to stop the danger in its tracks when it comes to your property and restore it. It's up to you how much you want them to do. Don't think because your insurance is paying that, hey, it doesn't matter, because it does. Once your insurance pays, they don't pay again.
Bob, if your technician showed up at my house
you're
and
going
this
to
is no
end up
bullshit,
eating the
and they had
cost.
fucking one
Get
of these full
the good
face
guys.
fucking
American
tattoos
Restoration
or
24/7.
shit like that, no one would want that. No one, I wouldn't.
What do you do about
I'd be afraid they're going to steal something.
8337 AMREST or online, AMREST 24/7.
And you can't cover your face.
So you don't get hired.
Okay, Joe Lazara's the other person I hope you never need. Joe Lazara is
We had a guy call in one time.
That
he got ripped off by this contractor or something.
A lot of people
and he described the guy with this big neck tattoo that said, like, I don't know, whatever it said.
Truth.
Then
you can avoid a DUI so
the person he hired to come fix what this guy didn't do and ripped him off. Ripped him off.
Don't try to do
he goes,
and don't
it
shop
was
for an attorney when
the second time I got ripped off by a guy with a neck tattoo in 30 days. I've never forgotten that line because it actually happened to him, but that's where a lot of our brains go.
Consultations.
Good, wrong, or different.
6200. 303-429. 6200.
When you sell your home, don't you want to sell it fast and for the most money possible, right? You want Chad Madlam. Chad Madlam is a Colorado native that consistently sells homes for 4% more and 3 times faster for nearly 20 years. Even in today's hot market, a lot of realtors are not meeting that standard. So if you want the most money and to sell your home quickly and
have you ever had to deal with a smelly, stinky?
303-900-85.
Have you ever had to deal, like literally calling an employee in and go, man, you got a shower, like for real?
Do I have a couple minutes? It looks like it. There's no spots, right?
3 minutes.
And let Dispatch Health bring the power.
He said it was controllable.
I call Dispatch Health. A care team of medical professionals actually come to your house. They're the same caliber of people that you would see if you were at a hospital or an urgent care.
Dispatch Health can treat most non-life-threatening emergencies.
They can do the X-rays, they can do stitches,
urinary tract infections.
We already
I know it.
ultrasound. I emailed the chick at the ER. Was there a reason that we did not want Troubleshooter and referral as quickly patient?
And it costs no more than a trip to urgent care. Because
but Suze, there was a reason at one time.
Dispatch Health really went above.
Can anyone hear me? I mean, there was a reason at one time. There was a reason at one time. Suze, remember they made us go offline for that, for something we were doing. I forget what it was.
No. The reason we can't convert over to there is we would have to call up and get everybody's credit cards again, or
they all run through Chase Payment Check.
Or Suzanne would have to manually do everyone coming in.
I do that anyway.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we can switch. I mean, if anything goes wrong, we're just asking for it is all I'm saying.
That's right, a month. And don't forget, when you work with American
And actually, I think TSN would be fine because you're talking under 40. Referral list, I think, would be insane.
But there's only like, I'm just thinking
they'll design a custom loan
it's worth
program
discussing.
around your goals.
There was a reason we didn't do it.
Yeah, because I think at the time we were using QuickBooks, their merchant auto pay, and then we stopped using it because it sucked.
303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
Absolutely.
Oh. Bob talks like a sailor when you're not in.
Oh
my God.
You
should hear him. I won't even say the words he uses.
I think it's worth discussing. Tommy, I can't hear you, but if you can hear me, I think it's worth discussing.
I served 8 years.
Yes.
We can try it with one, and if it works great, do it with the other.
Well, TSN first, but I'm still telling you there's a reason we didn't do it. I don't remember what it was, but there's a reason.
Tried to defeat me, but I beat them every time.
Lori Sane speaks the truth, and Lori Sane tells it like it is.
I'm a fearless advocate.
And Mark, I just found out there's another little thing here that he had an X-ray or MRI done. I have it right here, which shows a fracture in the left femoral neck.
Tom, this is just like the man who was stealing homes.
Shut up.
So he did have obviously diagnosed procedures done. It's documented.
So he's delusional. The guy has no idea. He doesn't even know what day. Ask him what day it is. I'd be shocked if he knew.
Ask him if his teeth itch. That's what we used to do in the emergency room, Bob. You know, because if you don't have to work up people, anything you can do to get out of it. So if someone came in and asked, we get
abortion bill to refrain from Holy Communion. Where do you come down on that? Join me at 4.
Hey, Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, we're taking calls. We have open lines, by the way. We got for a lot of time left, at least 20 minutes or more.
We got an update.
Tom, where do you hear this update?
Here, I want to reset this thing. Tim calls and says he went to the VA for a nosebleed, and that he was transferred to another hospital, which stopped the nosebleed. Then he went back to the VA, and he woke up a few days later with a new hip. And he said he didn't need one, never did diagnostics, never agreed to it, and he never had a problem with his hip, and he walked right in there, and he's pissed off. That's it. And he doesn't remember anything. He sent us all his he dropped off all of his records. What did you find, guys?
Okay. First of all, there's a radiology report that he has a transverse fracture of his left. So basically, he has a fractured hip. There's a note from the x-ray technician and from the radiologist that he has a fractured hip. Secondly, there's a note that says, I'm going to read, patient reports that the hip pain is controlled. He knows that he broke his hip, but doesn't know how. He denies any falls. He understands the anatomy of his hip and that the ball is disconnected from the femur and cannot move normally. Now listen to this. He understands that surgery is important, and he is amenable to surgery.
I brought him back on the line in case you wanted to tell him. He didn't hear all of that.
Okay, let me just sum it up.
He's
Tim.
Yes, sir. Yes,
in your medical records, shows that you had an MRI done, and it shows that you had a broken hip, and that you don't remember falling, but you did agree. You know, they said you had a broken hip. The ball was actually out of the socket, and it needed replacing, and you agreed to it.
When? How did I do that?
Well, Tim.
That's what I'm saying. I was in the VA's care. I was in the ambulance. I didn't have a chance to walk no place.
No, you might have broken it. You might have broken it. See, you can still walk with a broken hip. If you're in pain, it could be a broken. Can't you walk like that, Doc?
Well, it's really painful. If they, it wasn't that the ball of the joint was out of the joint. The ball of the hip was actually disconnected from the rest of the femur. So there was a fracture separating the ball joint, the ball on the top of the femur.
Would he be able? Okay. Would he be able to walk like that?
It depends on whether, probably, because it may just be a fracture that's not displaced.
Okay. Now.
But it still would cause a lot of pain.
And he was on a lot of narcotics.
Yeah, he was also on oxycodone and trazodone and some other stuff.
When he got to the hospital, he
sleeping. Trazodone is for sleeping.
I understand that.
Hey, Tim.
Yes, sir.
Before you arrived at the VA, the day before, did you take pain pills?
They gave me some.
No, I'm not talking about the day you went there with a nosebleed. I'm asking you if a week before, a month before, a few days before, an hour before, were you on prescription pain meds?
I have to say yes, acetaminophen.
Okay, okay, but with opiates in it. You were on pain pills.
Rabbit hole.
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay. Why were you on pain pills if you said you had nothing wrong with you and you walked fine?
I walked because of. I'm trying to remember.
Tim, I think here's what's going on.
I'm being straight with you.
I know you are. Tim, I don't think you're calling up trying to trick us. I think you believe what you're saying. I totally believe. Don't you guys believe him?
Yeah, but here's the other thing. According to this, who is Brenda? Is she your wife?
That was my wife. She ran away.
I wonder why.
No idea.
Because it says here that she's your proxy, and it has her phone number.
Hey, Tim, on a serious note, Tim, when was the last time you? When was the last time you saw Brenda?
About in May of last year.
Okay. Now, are you two get along then, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Tim, How many pain pills were you taking a day about?
About at night.
Well, only at night? You were only taking them once a day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why were you taking pain pills? Because your hip hurt, correct?
Well, I thought my leg hurt.
Well,
okay, hold on. Your leg hurt. Okay. Are you telling me you were only taking pain meds at night?
Yes, sir.
How many?
One, maybe, 2 Tylenol.
Okay. Are you talking about over-the-counter Tylenol or prescription?
Tylenol come from the VA.
No, it's while he was in the hospital, Tom.
They're pain pills. I mean, he says acetaminophen, but what he means is, the Vicodin.
No. He was taking acetaminophen. He was taking acetaminophen and oxycodone, both.
Okay. Now, the oxycodone.
It's right in your medical records, man. Listen, this guy just doesn't know what happened to him.
Tim, how long were you taking oxycodone?
I don't remember oxycodone. I remember acetaminophen, Tylenol.
All right, your records show that you had prescriptions for oxycodone.
No. He didn't have it. He was given it while he was in the hospital.
Oh, well, then that doesn't matter. I thought we were trying to make the case that he was in pain, denying the pain, didn't know he needed a hip. So he wasn't on pain pills before that visit?
Thank you.
No. All I'm saying is the records show that he had a fractured hip. He was in the hospital. He understood that he needed surgery. And part of the medication to deal with the hip pain until the surgery could be performed was to give him Tylenol and some oxycodone.
All right, what I'd like to know is, when he got to the hospital and walked in, they first treated a nosebleed. Does the nosebleed have anything to do with falling or anything, Doc?
I didn't get that far. Like I said, I just got handed 6 inches of medical records.
No, I get it. I appreciate what you're doing. But Tim, it's very likely. You don't think that they're lying about your MRI, right?
The MRI is where they put you in the machine and they go over your whole body, right?
Right, that's right.
Okay. I remember being in the hospital and I went through the whole venom, but I also was just looking at my lungs.
Okay. They were looking at your hip,
Tom, look, the bottom line is they did the correct procedure. He doesn't remember any of this, but everything that he's telling us is because he doesn't remember. They followed protocol. They did an X-ray. They got consent, and they performed the surgery. That's the bottom line.
And also, Tim, they have consent. Do they have Tim's consent or Brenda's?
I'm sure they have Tim's.
All right, Tim.
I'm not sure about that.
Tim.
Who cares? You had a broken hip. It had to be fixed. You can't walk around literally with your socket out.
Right, Tim.
Okay, they didn't never bring that to my attention.
Yeah, they did, but you don't remember it. That's the effect of general anesthesia and pain meds sometimes when you're older. Also, surgery in and of itself can have that effect. My God, I hope it doesn't have that effect on me coming up, but it can have a bad effect, like we're losing your memory, right, Doc?
How can we tell with you, Tom?
Well, yeah, but can't you lose your memory?
I don't think he lost his memory because of anesthesia. I think he had some fundamental problems prior to all of this, and he has a difficult time remembering things. But according to the medical records, he had the X-ray. He understood. They discussed the surgery with him.
Got it.
And they did the surgery.
I think there's an addiction issue.
I just have a quick question for you, Doc. If I'm going into surgery Wednesday, I don't want to talk about it but can they give me enough meds to forget Mark?
Yes.
Thank
I will
you.
have them double the Versed on you.
All right. We have more coming up.
This is, as they say, a tempest in a teacup. This guy just doesn't remember.
Yeah, he's an addict.
Well, no, I don't think he's an addict.
I think he's an addict.
I think I think he has.
Okay.
I think he has dementia.
This one, well, okay, possibly dementia. I'll give you that.
I think that's the issue.
Slower speeds out on the highways in general outside of the
Because it says in black and white.
Northbound, we're seeing volume on that same stretch, and then up through downtown. We're also starting to see slowing at the interchange of 70 on
Oh my God.
Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny and hot today, 98 for the high and breezy. Gusts as high as 30 miles an hour.
There's no
Mostly
cuss
clear,
words
55
in it.
tonight, sunny with 54 tomorrow, sunny 87
I has dementia.
Wednesday.
He doesn't
Right now,
remember.
91. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 6:30.
Why do I get sucked into these things?
Well, we all do that from the beginning. You know,
Why do I get sucked into these patients like this?
you hear the stories about guys waking up in the bathtub in Mexico and their liver's gone or some shit.
Mark.
Someone took my kidney.
Mark. Hey, Mark.
But it doesn't happen in the hospital. It happens at the Motel 6.
So when we're streaming, are we still?
Yeah.
Mark. Is Mark around?
Hey,
Mark.
Yes.
How do I get sucked into these? God.
I have no idea how you get sucked into these wackos. I don't know.
I have a heart for him. Tell him, Bob.
Yeah. Bob, hold on. Bob, put those on. Hold on. No, God, no. God, no, don't do that again, please. There you go. Now you're hot.
It's because you care, Tom. That's
I have a heart. I have a heart for these people.
Yeah. I feel sorry for this guy.
We're going to, hey, Tom.
What?
I'm having A-Rod come back with the thigh bones.
I know, I heard you.
connected to
I
them.
heard you. I heard you. If he can find it. And I heard you say there's no swear words.
Hey, John, we just got a cancellation. You want to play poker at Bobby's house?
This is crazy.
Okay, Sheridan Autotech is the place you want to go for your car repairs, whether it be major or minor or maintenance. I love Sheridan Autotech and Uncle Kevin. That's what I call him, because he is like an uncle.
Yeah, so
He
we
treats
still
his
go out over breaks.
customer-like family.
But it's
his
really
customers
weird
and
because
his staff.
they're hearing this.
303-455-7242.
Whatever's going on.
Two locations.
It's
in
crazy,
Lakewood
actually.
and in Aurora, and they do electrical repairs.
We're
going to
have to work on. I got to figure out.
SheridanAutotech.com. 303.
We got to figure out how to control everybody talking at the same time. I just don't know how to do it yet.
And I want to tell you about two mortgage companies right now.
When Tom and I are both remote, it's actually perfect.
You know about the liquid loan. You know how much I love it.
Suzanne or Kelly, whoever's doing
theliquidloan.com. It's
whoever's doing the production.
Liquid loan.
Then you'll hear Tom and I talk, so you'll just hear the three of us talk.
And
the
then
problem
it sits there
when
where
it's
you
more
pay
than
simple
that,
interest only.
Everything
for
you say
very
is
low
heard.
payments
Everything he
compared to
says
other
heard.
payments, right?
Everything he
And
said,
then,
everything she said, everything
you
Tom
also can borrow
everything is
against it
just
if you have more
mumbled
equity.
into one big
or
thing.
you can pay it down. Now, if you want to pay principal,
right
you
now.
can anytime you want. If you decide to stay in the house,
And it's overwhelming.
you can pay it all
because
down in a lump
that could
sum.
be,
Or
okay,
some of
I'll
it
give you a
down, or
perfect
$1,000
example.
here and $1,000 there.
Tom, you
are
and
in
me
control
were
of
having
your
one
payment.
conversation.
You just pay interest
Doc
only,
was talking
simple
to his
interest,
buddy
no
on
interest
speaker
up front
having
like
another
the other ones
conversation,
where you pay
and
all
those two
interest
in
up
there
front.
were having their own conversation,
If you need
and
money
whoever's
for a
listening is
fix-up,
listening to
vacation, whatever, you
literally
can borrow it.
3
You can pay it back
conversations.
down.
So
All
we
the
got
money
to
you
figure a
keep
little
in the
more of the
bank
control, but
counts
I don't know if
against your
that's
average
even
daily
possible.
balance. Listen,
It's either
all I
that
can
or they
say
listen
is
to commercials.
It's incredible.
So really, it's up to them.
TheLiquidLoan.com, affordable interest
They'd
mortgage,
rather listen to us.
720-895-0500, 720-895-0500. Now, the other lender I want to
So
tell
you
you
think
about
it's
is
fine?
EmpowerReverse.com. Empower Reverse Mortgage, that's Mark Massey and his team for
Okay.
seniors. If you have equity in later years, you know, a lot of people are now opting to live off that equity or have it save their asses instead of just leaving it to some ungrateful heir.
Oh,
Seriously.
you think they actually hear
Come
the
on.
commercials?
You can have assisted living in your home, stay in your home, or fix up your home. In some cases, save your home.
How did they
from
do that?
foreclosure.
How did they have
Unused
when
equity
I was
does
remote
nothing
and
for
Tom
you.
was remote,
If
we
you
were
want to
both
use it
remote.
the right way,
They wouldn't
Empower
hear the
Reverse
commercials. They would
quality
just hear
professionals.
us.
You can trust Mark Massey.
Yeah,
and,
he
you know,
was at his
contrary to
house.
popular
I
belief,
was in
you don't
whatever
lose
state
your
I
home
was
with a
in.
reverse loan,
And then Kelly
ever.
was here.
All you have to do
they
is
could
make
hear
your
was
taxes
him, me,
and insurance
Kelly.
payments. 720
No commercials. I don't know if that's
500
feasible. I don't know. It might be because I'm in studio and it's different.
720-500.
And also at Tom's, we only had one mic. So
19.
Tom and I couldn't talk at the same time.
Yeah, I think ideally you set it up
Our
just
business
like
is growing. We've got people all over now.
radio, so that when it goes to break,
What is that?
they are
Meditation? I'm recommending UMA, and they're all in one.
No, because people don't like that. In fact, they tune into YouTube not to hear the commercials.
Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Yeah.
I know change. Now you're feeling it. Visit UMA.com. That's OOMA.com to learn
all
more.
payments manually
Smart
anyway.
communications
So
for the
just think
smart
about
millions
it,
of people
why we
use
couldn't,
Zoom Phone.
even if we tried with Troubleshooter Network and then the referral list. I know you hate change. It makes you cranky and tight.
I thought of one thing already.
What?
When you import them, because you'd have to.
I don't import. I manually enter all payments.
No. So geographic redundancy. You launch QuickBooks Online, and you're going to type in 400 customers, for example.
No, that QuickBooks does it's 30 minutes to convert from desktop to online.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money.
It's all you, not me. I don't care because I'm not going to be stuck with it. The only issue would be is anything goes wrong and we've got to call 400 people. That's what I would think would happen.
That's 720-488-8604 or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
I'll give you an example. What was it? Compass Insurance? All of a sudden, and online, my auto payments didn't work. I couldn't do invoices. I literally had to delete the customer and rebuild the whole thing.
I don't do any
Why? Okay, let's look at it a different way. Why do you want to change something that's
because
working?
a lot of our clients, the Outlook email program that's attached to QuickBooks Mark, it costs me so much time. It doesn't work half the time. I have to do in task with Task Manager.
I got no problem if you want to move it. I just don't. I'll take it. I will.
Denver's talk station. Available.
Okay, Bob, make sure you go back to PGM.
Connected to the leg bone. The leg bone's connected to the knee bone. The knee bone's connected to the thigh bone.
And that's what it's all about. Oh, well. Anyway. Tim,
the thigh bone's connected to the
I don't know what to say other than we don't really have much we can do for you. All of the records
Tom, let me say this. I believe in what you're saying. I mean, I'm not going to doubt it because you had your people look at it. It's like I said, I didn't know. That part about consent, I don't remember. It's just
I get it.
A chain of events was happening.
Hey, Tim, here's the deal, okay? I understand exactly what you're saying, and we really don't have a dog in this fight, and we looked at these records, and he's going to look more at them, but it looks like you went in there for distress and for the nose. You didn't go in there for the hip. That's true.
Right.
But
right.
I think what happened is somewhere they saw you either limping or something, or you were in pain because they gave you pain meds, and then they did diagnostic tests and saw that you had a broken hip, and they talked to you about it. And I think that the anesthesia and Versed that they give you, I think has a memory component. And I think I've heard people who are older that go through long-term surgery sometimes come out a bit loopy, and they don't remember things. Now, I'm serious. I'm not making fun of you.
Okay,
and,
I know you are.
And I think that could have happened to you. I think it could have been an unfortunate result. Doc, is that possible? I have heard of older patients coming out of surgery not sure of anything going on. What do you think?
I think there may be some underlying memory issues with Tim, to be honest with you.
Even before this.
And I would discuss it with your doctor, Tim, and tell him that you're having trouble with long-term memory, or short-term memory, I should say.
Or check yourself into rehab.
Rehab for what, Mark? Rehab for what?
I think there's an addiction problem of some sort. I don't know if it's alcohol or painkillers.
Why would you say that? Why? What even makes you?
Don't even go that way with me, man.
I don't think that's that far of a jump.
Yeah, listen, I wouldn't insult him like that.
It's not an insult.
Mark, there's nothing in his records to indicate that.
Mark, they wouldn't, if he was an addict, they wouldn't put him on oxycodone.
Of course not. I mean, I don't think. You. Yeah, listen, Tim, don't worry about it. You know what?
Okay.
He said, wait, Tim, did you not say you were in rehab before?
I was in rehab 15 years ago.
Okay.
Are you doing good now? With your
doing
hip?
excellent. I live by myself. I
Do you
pay my
walk
own bills.
around?
I pay my
No,
own
do you
rent.
walk around? Are
Maybe
you
he does
feeling
have,
good?
maybe you have slight Alzheimer's or some kind of dementia, like Doc said.
Hey,
Maybe you
Joe,
should
quick.
get checked.
Joe. What is your comment, Joe? Quick, do it in 30 seconds. Joe, what's your comment, man? Oh, forget it. It's just not going to take. We're not going to get it in time. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget, we're going to be back here tomorrow. Save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. It's a roller coaster of emotion.
I'm not too happy with you today.
I'm not happy. I'm very sad.
And through all of the love and pain,
I am just utterly and truly flummoxed.
anger and frustration.